music. Boom. All right. Oh boy. I think we're all right. I gotta check to see if it's actually working. And we'll see how it goes. God, I love Castlevania 4.
And they never made a 5.
Technically, kind of. It was Rondo, just, you know.
Does it have a 5 in the title?
It was originally for the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo one was originally called 5.
Huh.
But
so which one came first?
Rondo came first, the original.
Yeah, that was number 5.
No, technically, yeah. They just stopped counting at that point.
Just like Yoshi Island in Super Mario 5. Right?
Which one's 5?
Yoshi's Island.
Oh, I guess? Yeah, that's true. Because the Japanese Super Mario World was called Super Mario Bros. 4 in Japan, you're right. But yeah. And then so Super Mario World 2 would, be 5. Yeah, you're right. Shit. Hold on, I gotta copy the message again. Oh, I got 51 seconds. Let's go.
Wow, all the time in the world.
Yeah, pretty much. Boom. Oh, there. Boom, and one in the development channel. And 30 seconds. And send
30 seconds.
Right, I sent the tweet. Cool. I'm ahead of myself in my own mind. How about that?
Wow. Amazing.
Shut up. 19 seconds. Okay. I think we're alright.
You know it's plenty well to be snarky in the streams, right?
I know. Alright, close that. I got everything. I got chat. Look at that. I got everything before the countdown was done. 3, 2, 1. Let's fucking go. Intro. Welcome back, fellow scrubs. I'm top of the game today. Except the fact that I'm a half hour late.
I top of the game.
Yeah, anyway. Welcome back. We're doing Retro Mansion stuff today. So we got 2 things. We got Tim here. We got 2 things that we're gonna do today. 2 big things. One, go over obviously what we've done throughout the week. Actually quite a bit of that. And then the second half will be like what I talked about. I think I talked about it last time, where we're rapidly approaching the point where we need to transition to a project file that's set up the way that we need it to be for this kind of project, instead of just prototyping in a quick, dirty manner.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to interject you. You asked me earlier, update your version of the game.
Yes.
I'm going to ignore your statement and update it instead.
And updated what?
I'm going to update your version instead.
You're going to update my version? Oh, well, you better do it quick then.
Yeah, okay.
What did you change? Did you merge in the changes that I made, though, first, before you pushed it?
Just stuff on my side, only my levels, nothing else.
Okay, it should be okay. It might require you to update first before pushing, but either way, it should be alright. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I guess while you're doing that, I'll show the stuff.
Should be done now.
What's up?
Should be done now.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Alright, hold on. I gotta blank the screen out. Can't see the super secret shit here. Hold on. Update. This better not fuck my game up, Tim.
No, it's just a bunch of Ace Prime PNGs in a scene.
Oh yeah, okay, you're right. Good. Thank good. Alright.
Don't look at it though. But let me load the actual stream on my end. Come on, it's
Okay.
on.
Alright. So don't open it manually, you want me to go to it from the normal methods, I guess.
Yeah. Enter my
okay.
door, basically.
Sure. Alright, cool. Alright. Grab my controller. Here. As you can see, I have substantially changed the aesthetic of this little underground basement type area.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Quite proud of it, actually. Oh, there's a glitch.
I like the atmosphere.
Yeah, me too. I think it looks good. This obviously is going to be some kind of basement area because it's not a castle, it's a mansion, so not like it's built on rock or whatever. But I think it looks cool. I got the horror palette in it. I got my reds and greens. I got my brick stuff, and I put an actual camera in this part here so we can view the levels as kind of you would normally see them. So here we got a locked door, and here down here, so neat room. I like the layout of this room. This one I think really helps sell
Why have a gap here? There's a gap in your ceiling, though. There's a gap in your ceiling.
There is, and honestly, it's just a debug gap, so I can get out to the rest of the level. Otherwise, you're completely encased. Yeah. But yeah, I like the layout of this room. And there's a few things that I did specifically here. I'll touch on that in a second, but I'm going to go to the next one here. And this was I'm just trying a couple different room layouts to check out, how the tile set functioned in different environments. Or not environments, but layouts, I guess. And so here's the key to that door there, so we can grab that. And does it use an NES palette? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, and then I can actually open this door now. And it will load, and it goes to the caves because reasons. It's fine. I think this door doesn't go back to the same place. Yeah, it goes here. And
you can't get back there.
Yeah. Yeah, once you leave, you can't go back. So then we go here. All right, so we're gonna go check out Tim World.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's check out Tim World. Whoa! Holy shit! It's a whole outside area. Look at that. Oh no, it's Ecto Rush. Oh shit! Yeah. Oh shit! They're all over. That's funny. That's hilarious. Is there another room? Oh, there is, and there's one over here. Okay. Can we go up and out, or is it just the void? Okay.
Probably. I only made 3 rooms.
So is this using that automatic tiling thing?
No, you didn't add it. If you remember.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is cool. I really like it. So this is reminiscent of Ecto Rush. If you guys are new here, you might not know. We made a mobile game called Ecto Rush. God, that was probably like 3 years back now, 3-4 years. But it had a horror aesthetic to it, like a cartoony horror aesthetic. So he used the designs from that for like the tombstones and stuff. That's really cool. I like it.
Yeah.
I see illegal layering. Illegal layering right here.
What?
Yeah, layering. We're not using it.
No, that's a different file.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's actually hilarious. I was joking around too. I didn't think I wasn't really sure, but yeah, it's fine. We might end up using some select layering. I think it would be kind of neat.
Yeah, and good that you recognized it.
Yeah. Oh, it's cool though. It looks good. I like it. Definitely better trees than I've been able to produce.
I made them from your trees.
You made it from my tree?
Yeah, I edited it.
Well, it's way better than my tree, for sure.
That's what I was working on today.
I like the you reused the skull from the archives there. Yeah, that's funny. I like it with all the bones on the bottom. Oh, and you got the little mini faraway tombstone there. That's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the kind of. Oh, go ahead.
There's a lot of bushes in the background as well.
Oh yeah, this one's darker here. You're right. Yeah, these ones get farther away. That makes a lot of sense because the gravestone's farther away. That's cool. I like how you have a variety of gravestones too. Like some are chipped, and some of them are not, and stuff. That's really
And
neat.
there's ways to combine different parts of the chip.
Yeah.
Because the clouds are chipped, so you can do a non-version and a chipped version.
Hmm.
You notice one of the faces is chipped.
Yeah, that's where I first noticed it. I was like, oh, queen, 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 and then this one's chipped. Yeah. Oh, there they are. Once you get that close, they come in.
That's the last minute addition I did.
Yeah. That was cool. I like it. It does give a good aesthetic cohesion to like what we're going with. So
Yeah, I wanted to try something with the purple.
yeah,
It's your sky.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. I kind of recognize the tree line here, but I didn't recognize this actual big tree as being based on my own. But yeah, see, there we go. See, this is why you need to do all the background graphics. I can't do trees. You're gonna have to do trees.
For Larry's sake.
No, it's cool. I like it. Is that all that's here?
Yeah.
Nothing hidden off screen?
No, I didn't have time.
Okay, fair enough. No, that's cool. I like it. That's good.
Glad you like it. But yeah, the hidden thing was the mob of enemies.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's two of them here. There was two of them to the right. Over here.
One enemy to the right.
Oh wait, no, there's.
I might have faced it when I was moving over something. I don't know.
It's either that or those two followed me from the other side of the screen, maybe. Yeah, I think they must have followed me from the other side. Yeah, because there's only one here left. Okay. Yeah. It was only a couple of them pulled out. Probably when I got to the top, and it only took a few of them off.
So what was working in the last few minutes was getting those corner shadows in and whatnot.
Ah, I gotcha.
Because it wasn't looking right.
Yeah, I think that the next thing to do with it to be kind of like reduce the blockiness of the part down here where it transitions back to darkness. Being blocky on top kind of expected in a game like this. But I think there's a lot we could do to kind of transition from the ground to that.
Yeah, it looked better when it was only one line on the ground. Like, if you go to the right, I think. Where it's higher up, you see how it was supposed to look.
Where?
On the right side, the right side of the screen. When the dark area appeared, this is how it was supposed to look. Where it's much quicker going into the black.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I agree with that. I think, in general, for outdoor areas, you can get away with just a little bit more light area. I think that'll make it feel a little more outdoorsy. But, especially near the bottom of the screen, though, you do have to transition to black pretty quick. So, I think both the too light and then going to black also works for that reason. But it could be like you did here, like a proximity to the actual ground. I don't know, we can play around with it, but I think there is some merit in thinking about it could be a slower transition to black in outdoor areas, just because it's like, oh, the moon's out and it's
I feel
a little
the
more
left
open.
side. Yeah, the left side probably needed more elements in the floor.
Yeah,
a little bit higher.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's also some of the bones in the dark shadow sections.
I do like that. Yeah, I do like that.
Even though I'm looking at now, I'm place them higher.
It says, I see you added Akuma for me. You mean the demon ghosts here? Is that what we're talking about?
And the grass, I think. The grassy field.
The what?
The grass?
No, chat said, right? I see you added Akuma for me. Oh yeah, he's talking about the demon things. Sort of. I guess they're evil demons or whatever. What does Akuma mean? Does it just mean evil?
Demon?
Does it mean demon? I don't know. Oh yeah, you're right. It does mean demon. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Devil.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look at the actual Actor Rush screenshot for comparison.
Where?
I mean, it's a Google.
You want me to Google my own game? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Larry sent me the files, but
Let's see if it's actually on there.
yeah. I Googled it myself when I was just starting out.
Ecto Rush. Hey, look at that. Okay.
It was a big challenge finding a palette that actually was reminiscent of it.
How about that? Yeah, here we go. So this is what he's talking about. Not the Ecto one. Ecto Rush. Put the Ghostbusters in there. Yeah, this is the screenshot from the game that we made.
Yeah, that's the one I was using.
Yeah. So there's the tombstones and the spirits. Obviously not the same spirit design as mentioned here, but that's fine. Either way, it's all right. You actually could have easily replaced that too on the prefab.
Yeah. I mean, I do have one of those ghost demons from Ecto Rush in one of the sprite sheets, but they're complicated.
Yeah.
Like one of the project files has it.
Gotcha.
It's pretty creepy looking.
Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, that's the stuff we've been doing lately. I did apply the new textures here to the other area. Did we show I think we showed the doors, right? The doors opening and closing. Did we show that?
Oh, that's the last thing. The end of last week.
Yeah, that's right. We did them on stream, right. I'd like to update them with the shadowed version to see how they look animated in game too.
You never added the steel one.
I did not. No, I did not bother animating that one. At this point, I'm probably not gonna bother with it right now because we got the A-Sprite file, which I should bring up. So we can show it there. I mean, that gives a good enough approximation. So, steel door. That's door open. Steel door, shadow, perspective, wood door shadow. Okay.
Take a look at the. You can take a look at the outside tell sheet though.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me open assets, tile sets. Is it Tim tile set? Yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah. Okay.
You name them.
Oh, you have some mist patterns here too. You were gonna try something out with that?
Yeah, I just never managed to get it to work.
Was that supposed to be clouds or is it supposed to be mist?
I was aiming for mist because Larry said try pulling out some mist. And he was saying it has to be something like the same shade as the sky with lighter. That was his advice. I tried this and didn't quite come out like I wanted to.
Yeah, if we want to do something like that, we'll have to use some sort of flickering or dither pattern, like a real-time animated pattern.
Maybe you can pull it off.
Yeah, potentially.
I left us in there.
Yeah, that's
cool. So you see how I laid out a tile set?
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, why are there two skulls? But I get it, because one is the one with the right near the top and one's the one below.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I like the grass too. The grass is really nice. Much better than the one I did.
Rate yourself.
I'm better at stones, I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah, let me link you the actual base tree.
And this must be near test area to see how it looked.
Yeah, I was just drawing in there. You can see what I was aiming for. I'm wondering if I can flip it over. Yeah, okay, it looks fine. Like you're right, the shadow transition looks a bit different than I expected it to.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks very I don't want to say. I'll say it's not up there anymore. Oh, what's the word I want to use? Like, it looks very shapy, and by shapy I mean like geometric. Like it looks very like you can obviously tell like they're grid. You know what I mean? When you look at the
I rushed
this.
those.
Like see how
Anyway,
it just kind of like it almost looks like a pipe in a way. I think yeah, you'd have to figure out a way to like smooth that out a bit.
Anyway, I'm sending you the original tree sprite.
Sure. I'm sure I've got it somewhere here. Oh my god.
You can put them next to the one I made.
Really that bad? Oh my god. Yeah. Look at. Hey, look, I drew this in like 5 seconds, so fuck you.
I know, but having it there helped a lot.
Yeah.
So you see what happened to it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, you got the color correction or correct down here, and there's only 3 shades. And then so these tiles up here would technically have to have a different palette then.
I mean, they have the.
Yeah, it still works though.
There's 4 shades in there. There's just the purple in there.
Well, there's 3 here. They got the brown, the light brown, the purple. But then these ones have 3 white.
Yeah,
purple,
I made
purple,
distinctly different.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm just clarifying that if we were sticking to full limits, that these would be 2 different palettes. And then then this would be a 3rd palette here. The moon reuses this color, I assume, or close to it.
Also,
actually, it doesn't, but
it doesn't.
It does.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's your 4 palettes. Oh, you fucked up. You can't have this. Get rid of this.
Know.
I know. It's fine.
Get rid of the brown.
Now you could. Oh, I did Control F instead of Control D. You could definitely get away with like the tree trunk being.
Where's 5th?
You could get away with the tree trunk being like purple.
Where's the 5th though?
Where's 5th? What do you mean the 5th?
5th palette.
Okay. Palette 1 is this. Palette
Brown,
2 is this.
Purple.
Palette 3
sky,
is this. Right?
What I missed.
Oh wait, no. This palette here for the sky and the moon are the same. Okay, so that's 3 then. And then this is 4. No, you did stick to it. Yeah, I guess the mist would technically be a different one, but.
I mean, unless you call it moon style, but it's an overlay, so it's kind of cheating anyway.
Yeah. No, okay, cool. I didn't catch that. You got me good actually. I didn't realize the sky and the moon were the same. Let me go back. Yeah, and then the ground is all the same with the tree and stuff. That's neat. I like it.
So yeah, the tree doesn't actually reuse any tiles, so you know. I could make it reuse it.
What do you mean reuse?
There's no repeat tiles in here.
Oh, you mean from left to right? Yeah. Because they're different. There's light on one side and not the other. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I could have just removed the highlights and mirrored them, but it was kind of lame, so.
Yeah, I get you. No, I like it. It's actually a really nice looking tree. I like it a lot.
Thank you.
That was cool. That was a nice little surprise.
Yep, I figured to surprise you. It just took me a little longer than I expected.
Yeah, no, it's good that we did something with the outside. The only outside thing that I did was very shoddily too. Where is it?
Oh, that's why I used it as a basis.
This one here is the only one I actually tried on, but it was not very good. Very weird.
I never found your ground tile, so I didn't work in those.
Yeah, it was in the outside tile mock-up, I think. But anyway, hey, Richer Mansion is an adventure platformer. Yeah, pretty much. Here, see, you can run around, you find items like keys and stuff. And
it's one of those games where you have to shoot the ceiling.
Oh god, that whole thing. Oh god. Oh, it's so hilarious. I love it. It's so bad and so hilarious. Yeah, and then ignore the coins. The coins are a joke. We're not having Mario coins. That was just a stream request.
You never know what's gonna stay.
Well, yeah, that's true. You never know, but I doubt it. You can enter the coin door.
Yeah, I was really happy to see you update the background here.
Yeah.
I just need a second towel.
You love the art style? Well, thank you very much. Here, it's more of a actual, like, layout here instead of the debug room. And it'll look something like this. What's up?
Walk through the actual mansion.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah,
that's how they connect.
What's up?
That's how they connect. Okay.
Oh yeah. It's just a way for me to get back out to the debug map. I'm showing the whole thing. You just wait. Still got glitches, but we're going good.
Yeah, it's glitches, man.
Shut up. I think what we discussed earlier in the week would probably be good about the skin width stuff.
We were supposed to be having a big discussion.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
Okay.
Here's the inside of the mansion stuff. We've been kind of just experimenting, trying to figure out what our aesthetics are gonna be. All that kind of fun stuff.
Probably not Unity lighting.
Yeah, no. Maybe if it was Super Nintendo.
If I had 2 more hours, I would put lighting everywhere.
Yeah.
In the active rush stage.
So this is kind of what we got going on. This all debug maps, obviously, but we'll and like aesthetic testing and stuff like that. I did the caves. I'm proud of the caves. I think caves came out good.
Still need more detail.
Oh, for sure, but they're not done yet. Just I'm proud of what's there. All right, give me this to me. I don't have many W's. You gotta let me have what I got.
Come to think of it, I didn't add any sort of candles into the outside section.
Into what?
To the outside section.
Oh, I don't know if they're required, to be honest, but
maybe some sort of like rustic looking, like British looking lamppost or that.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess when you get closer to the mansion, that would make sense too. There's no water physics yet, but
just because that creepy mansion, there's a cemetery right outside.
Yeah.
So why not?
It makes sense. There probably should be some kind of cemetery area, whether it's in front or behind or whatever.
Yeah.
I think the thing I would like to avoid is having a long period of time before you actually get to the mansion from the outside. Yeah. And then so like a lot of that stuff could be like behind the mansion, so to speak. So you have to. So like if you have the mansion and then like you go from the forest to the clearing, and the clearing's only like a few screens, and then you reach the mansion part of the overworld map, and if you keep walking to the right, then eventually you'll get to like the gated garden and like the cemetery and shit. Like I think that makes sense. It'd probably be locked off at first. Oh wow, that was a real glitch. It went right through the fucking floor. That was something special.
Nah. You used the line with the points, that's all.
Oh, there we go, look at that. Pushed my way through. How about that? That's funny. Yeah, some stuff's still broken, that's fine. We'll fix it eventually. Anyway, yeah, so this is what it looks like so far. So I'm happy with what's going on.
I think between a few different doors we have, you kind of get a good view of how things work.
Yeah.
Going between the basement, the mansion, the cemetery.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely have to have some kind of like basement going on. I think that's a must. And then maybe like a sub basement for like all the super crazy bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey DTC, what's up? Hey, you're on Facebook this time. What's going on? I don't know if Facebook gets a chat relay, but I think that's the only platform that doesn't, unless that changed in recent times. So if chat seems quiet, it's probably because you can't see the messages, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway,
we'll get into Lovecraftian territory soon enough.
Oh, it does? You saw the alert? Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
Now walk to the cemetery.
Oh yeah, let's see. Can I?
You still doing the route?
think I can go, yeah, here to here. There we go. Okay, cool. That's cool. Oh no, I fell through the floor. Whoops. That ruined the
Oh, that's
surprise.
the last map?
I ruined the surprise. what's the, oh, the physical. Okay, yeah, no, it's just, look at him, he's like getting pulled in and shit. Let's see, can I get in? Yeah, there we go. I broke in. That's hilarious.
it's just this corner being north.
Yeah. That's so funny. You got like 10 of them in here. Yeah, so one thing we'll have to think about very, very soon is how the maps are going to be built. Obviously we've just been kind of using one tile map and just saying, oh, multiple rooms are just one giant big map or whatever. I don't know if we can continue to do that going forward. So we're gonna have to figure that out. And there's a couple reasons for that. I mean, one is optimization. If you have a giant, super huge mega map that's always active as like this giant collider, you know, eventually that can slow down the physics engine, because it's just one giant thing that's always active. The other thing is we have to think about like spawning in specific layers of background. So say like this moon and stuff, let's say it's parallax, you know, or whatever, and it's nice when it's moving around and stuff, and then you get to like this screen and the parallax is kind of messed up on this screen, or this screen is like inside a building and you don't want that layer to show anymore. So we need some way to, you know, differentiate rooms as kind of like their own little dimensions in a way, so that elements from other rooms don't bleed into newer rooms. And we haven't really seen that so much. I mean, with the enemies, sure, I mean, that's an obvious one. These guys will follow you even if you cross the map here. But we haven't experimented so much with like parallax and stuff yet, because number one, because I'm still kind of working on refining the parallax system, and I don't want to implement it yet without doing that, because if everything changes and all of a sudden all the parallax breaks. But other than that, like beyond that, you have the issue, like I said, like if this room, like this is outside, so it's outside, and then you go to the right here and then you're inside the mansion, you don't want that parallax layer behind it showing up, you know, from room to room potentially, and that can be a big issue. So we might have to have every room be its own self-contained thing with its own set of physical, floor, background, you know, etc. layers, and then we'll have to manage them accordingly there. I don't know how the editor is going to react to having so many layers, you know, editing wise. Like play wise, it should be fine. It would be a nice optimized way to do it, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it works. The other thing we'll have to be careful of is making sure that each room has its own sort of like camera and spawn zone and stuff like that. So like these guys shouldn't be able to track you from room to room, at least not on any normal circumstances. So enemies in one room, when you go from one room to the other, they'll despawn, you know what I mean? So we've got to manage that. And I think the camera zone and like that code can lead to a system that we have for like spawning and despawning. And then during gameplay, that can turn on and off these layers too. So all that can be tied together. Once you enter the room zone, it activates the camera zone, it spawns the enemies, it activates the background tiles and all that stuff, and then it'll go. And then once you leave, it'll deactivate all that, and then it'll activate the new one, you know, so on and so forth. I think that that's kind of like where we're headed. I'm just not 100% sure technology-wise how we're gonna get there. I have an idea in my head, but let's put it this way. I could absolutely just do it today. I could just make a system to do that today. The problem is I don't know how to make it friendly, user-friendly for us to edit. That's the thing I'm still trying to figure out. But we'll get there very soon, so don't you worry. We'll have that headache as soon as possible.
As soon as
Oh, DTC's back on Twitch. I think Facebook's only 30 frames per second too, which is oh yeah, the wallpaper here. Koi did that. He just did like
What
a
is it?
little test thing. It's like a mock Super Game Boy. Have you ever played Super Game Boy?
No, but
So it's like a mock of the Super Game Boy layout.
when zoomed in, you can really tell.
Yeah. He just kind of
Ah.
doodled it up, so I put it in. But I can show the, oh, I did make some changes here too. If we go to the ViewFrame Plus here. Oh my god, Coin Sparkle clones. Oh, they got created in the master level file. They transitioned over, that's funny. I'll have to think about that too. Nothing like that should be stained. Or kind of like weirdly enough, they're spawning here, but not in the level itself. I'll have to think about that. That's an optimization thing. But let's see. ViewFrame Plus. If we go to the settings here, one of the things.
Is the CRT on?
It is not. No, I can show that in a minute. I created a scale here, so you can scale down the view of the game. Pocket Fighter EX has this. I plan to make it a little more robust than what Pocket Fighter had. So now, if you blow it up, now you can see a lot of that. What we had. Let's see. Do we have a 4x3? We probably don't. 480 by 320. There you go. Perfect. Old school resolution. I don't know. We don't have a 4x3, do we? Let's see one. 4x3.
Gosh, you have the HUD around. This is 4x3.
Let's see. 4.3. Let's just call it 4.3. Say okay. There we go. So this is more or less what it might look like if it was like a Super Game Boy layout. It looks a little stretched though. I don't know. Well, whatever. Anyway, the algorithm could be off by some degree, but you get the idea. So Chloe's going to think about how to make a background that might work for any kind of scaling and resolution. The other thing we discussed was potentially, let me turn this back on, potentially having some part of the code denote like a spot over here centered between the end here, and it might like be able to have a floating element here, like maybe a character art or something. So when you resize it, like it'll kind of scale in as it should, even if it gets like kind of weird, then it can just be centered, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. That would be neat.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty cool. But that's still ways off.
Check out the cemetery with the CRT on.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so CRT filter, we did a lot of work on that one lately, so let me turn that on.
And then try full screen the game area.
Yeah, let's see. Did that work?
Play mode though.
I am, that's fine. How come the scan lines didn't turn on? Oh, wait, that's different. We're using a different scan line, sorry. That's the old one, I never removed it. Makes sense it didn't show up. It's not supposed to anymore. Game screen overlay. There we go. There's the scan lines, and then we need to go to the ViewFrame Plus. We have to turn on the trilinear filter, and then we need to turn on the default here to CRT. There we go. Now it's looking pretty cool. How about that? So still some tweaking that we'd need to do to this. But I think it looks really nice. I finally got the smoothed out effect to it. And there's still some stuff we could do to it, but it looks
blur?
Yeah, well, CRTs were, yeah. It looks decently authentic though. And there's obviously a lot of room for improvement, but like it's pretty close. It's definitely more effort than some games give it, I'll put it that way. I think it actually looks pretty cool. It actually gives that nice contrast effect to it too. Now LCD technology is not bright or contrasted. The color is not as good as like CRTs, which is really funny because like CRTs are so old, but it's true. So you don't get like the effect 100% because you'll never be able to see it the same way on an LCD, but it tries to mimic that pretty decently, I think. You know, the scan lines are light enough that they're not like too obtrusive. And a lot of people like hard scan lines, but they never really liked that back in the day. They were you kind of just like didn't see them to a degree. I mean, they were there if you really looked, but you know, they weren't very intrusive. So I think it looks pretty cool. And it gives that kind of contrast boost to help even out the scan lines being darker. And that's another big thing when you add scan lines, especially on LCD, like it gets super dark. You have to image correct to get around that. I'll show that in a second as to what it looks like with all the contrast boost off. But it looks pretty good. Now the scan lines are going to look slightly uneven here because we're not at like full 1080p. But it looks pretty cool. It's definitely better than most implementations I've seen out there.
In the purple area?
What's that?
The purple area.
Oh yeah, we'll go. I'm just showing everything here. We go here, yeah. Yeah, and then here's your graveyard with that on. It looks pretty neat. So yeah, if we like zoom in here, you can really see what it looks like, which I think is really cool. All it needs is that warping effect to simulate the old TV screen. I think there's actually a little bit of warping going on, but it's not extreme enough that you'd see it so much, but I think it is there. Because you can kind of see the curve over here. I may or may not have toned it down. Well, you know what part of it is because the screen is wider here. I think if I close it into 16:9, yeah, you see it just a little bit more here. Yeah, part of the issue we have right now is that it's being applied to the whole screen. I might have to do like a triple render in order to get this to look completely right without it going through the border. But yeah, we can actually mess with that too. But yeah, anyway, let me like zoom in here. I think it looks pretty cool like this.
Yeah, the scale lines really help the grays.
They do. They really do. They kind of give like a bit of texture to stuff, so you can really see, you know, how this kind of works. And the smoothing
Also,
really helped.
The effect on the eyes is accentuated.
Yep. You can see the scan lines are they're interpolated, so they're pretty good at almost any size, but you will notice some banding, you know, if you're not at like full 1080p. If I go to 1080p, do I have a thing for it right here? And then I zoom into 1x, you see how they're even now? So if you have like a true multiple scale upscale, you can see they're much better aligned now. Now obviously the screen's a little zoomed in because, you know, it's the editor is a little smaller than 1080p, but it gives you an idea of how it really looks. Everything's all even. It looks really nice. I would love to try this game. Well, hey, follow here and you'll get it eventually once it's out. It's going to take a bit. We're still pretty early on, but I would say we're maybe at the 10% mark, roughly. You know, in terms of like building the structures and all that. Here, I want to check this out. Yeah, here we are. So I'm happy with how the CRT filter's kind of working out. I think it'll be really cool. I wanna make sure it's got a lot of options though, so you can customize it. But yeah, if we zoom in here, like you can really see it. Zoom in 3x. Here's where it's really I like with the brighter sections, the scan lines are a bit dimmer, and you'd really get that on a CRT. You did follow? All right, well, follow not follow along, but like, welcome to the ride here. We're definitely getting to the more interesting parts, I think, as we're starting to wrap up some of the technological issues and getting more into like the the artwork and stuff. Wonder how this would look on an OLED. See, that's the thing. That's why I brought up the LCD. The LCDs are not as good as CRTs, like not even by a mile, but the OLEDs are really close, from what I understand. I've never seen one myself, but people that I trust that have seen them, they're like, yeah, it's getting there. Like the technology is really getting there. So I don't know if you would have to enable like an HDR thing or how that would work, but you'd get much better results on an OLED for sure. And maybe it would look with all the filtering and everything, maybe it would look really cool. I don't have any 4K devices either, so I'm not sure how the scan lines look at 4K. So that's another thing to consider. It might even look, you know, even sharper at 4K. I encountered your channel from trying to find a tutorial on Java game development because I'm an amateur game developer. Gotcha. We don't do any Java here. We just do C# and Unity, but a lot of programming techniques are portable between different things. Oh, let's look at the old area. It's the old testing area. All the polygons and stuff. Let's see. I don't think the gizmos won't work here because we're using the ViewFrame Plus. That's funny. Yeah, this was our old testing area to try and test out the platforming stuff. Tim, are you still there? You're awful quiet. Oh, you're there? You falling asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's been a long day, man.
Hey, me too. Come to think of it, let me put the stream up on the TV. It does have HDR, but not OLED. OLED 4K TVs are way too expensive. Wait, so it has HDR, but not OLED. Okay, I didn't know that LCDs could use HDR. I thought that was an OLED only thing. Well, either way, yeah, an OLED with HDR might have like the closest you would get, but I don't have one, so it's like it's hard for me to like configure and test for that. But yeah, I think it looks pretty cool with the scan lines and all that. Definitely gives a little more texture to everything, especially like gritty backgrounds and stuff. So I'm happy with it. Anyway, part of the reason I did this in play mode is so that I could undo the changes by just turning it off. Oh yeah, so let me show you what it looks like. I do color and brightness correction for the scan lines. So if I don't do that, let's see. I think it's color adjustments, right? And then no bloom. Yeah, okay, now see how dark it is now? Look how dark it is. This is why a lot of scanline options really suck, because they don't adjust the game for the fact that the scanlines are there. If I turn the scanlines off, here you'll see now it looks pretty normal, right? Like the film grain and stuff is still there, but this looks kind of normal-ish. But as soon as I turn on the scanlines, it gets super dark, and that's not how those TVs looked. The CRTs did not look that way. So to compensate for that, I had to go and boost all the stats on the image. So the bloom and the color adjustment, and so that's got the post exposure, the contrast, saturation, everything's adjusted a little bit. It's pretty good. I still have to like really calibrate it like super hard, but I think it's a decent approximation for now. And see how that helps the whole thing. Everything's brightened up now, even though it has the scan lines on there. Everything looks pretty normal. I use Eclipse IDE for Java developers to code games. I started out coding Minecraft mods. Oh, okay. Well, that would explain why you got into Java. Yeah. Because Minecraft was built in Java. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, anyway, so I think that's pretty much all that's new. It's a lot of cool stuff, but I think we're through it. There. Now if I turn everything off, we're back to normal. Back to pixel perfect. Sharp pixels here. Oh, the one thing you won't get out of this game in terms of like the CRT effect, there won't be oblong pixels. So if you don't know, games like the NES games and stuff, they actually get stretched a little bit to make them 4:3. And that means their pixels are actually a little wider than they are tall. But since this game was built and calibrated for modern displays here, you won't get that. It's just gonna be as is. But that's alright. We're gonna draw everything with the intent of not having it getting stretched or whatever. And that's just kind of to make it widescreen compatible here. They don't make it goofy. Because if you're gonna use the sharp pixels, then it might look a little weird, you know, having like stretched sideways stuff. And that's fine. It is what it is. There's some compromises you gotta make to be compliant to 21st century technology. The stage turnouts in design look much cooler now. Stage turnouts. I like the details on the walls. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna go over that, and I didn't. I tried to actually build some subtle messaging into the walls, not like hidden like runes or whatever. But if you look here, kind of follow like some of the lines that are being made here, and so it shows like it's pointing down here to go down here. And then this line is pointing up here to kind of subtly guide you to jump up here. And this line kind of makes the line go in this way to jump up here, and so on and so forth. Things like that. And like this is kind of like an arrow downwards, showing you to go down. It's not too important to do things like that, but I've heard developers talk about that kind of thing. Kind of give like this like subconscious little hints of where you go, and I think it's kind of cool. And I don't know if they actually work or not, but on the off chance that they might, maybe it'll help somebody, who knows. So not all the rooms have that kind of stuff, but you know, I mean, you don't need them to navigate for sure. It's pretty clear what is solid and what's not, but I think it's just kind of something to think about. And then this room doesn't really do too much of that. This room's just kind of random patterns, but it was just mainly this room that I was thinking about it in. Nice detail on the brick too. Thank you. It's really only one brick pattern. I know Tim berates me for this, so there's not multiple.
Yeah, you bet I do.
Yeah. There's only one brick pattern, so you're like, look, it's like the same pattern side to side. But I think I edited that pattern into like a darker version, and I think mixing and matching them makes a pretty decent break in the pattern. Like I'm not fully convinced that it would really even need too much more than what it has, especially if there's gonna be like platforms all over the fucking screen and shit. I don't think you like really see it that much, as long as the dark ones are used, you know, liberally. Like here, I don't know, I just don't like even really see it that much when I look at it. The background definitely needs like something, maybe a brick missing here or there. But like the brighter spots actually look pretty good this way. You know, when there's actual stuff in the way of them, you don't see them too much, you know? So they might be okay. But it's still, all this is, you know, work in progress, but we'll see. I do like the way this came out. We might actually use this in the final game. At least, you know, as a basis for expansion. But
I'm glad you're happy.
I'm glad I'm happy. Why, you're not happy?
Need to go back to the house.
Yeah. No, really, what do you think about it, though? Like, do you think it looks production grade, or is it...
It's just the horizontal line of the box.
It's what?
The horizontal line running to the light green.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, like, as a whole, like, the tile set as a whole. Assuming that it's, you know, part of a bigger set, right? Like...
I like the roughness, the floor texture.
Yeah, me too. That's my favorite part of it.
Yeah, look good.
Yeah. I went and I just started studying the old greats like Castlevania and all that shit, and I'm like, all right, I think I can do this shit now, and I threw it together. The stairs look kind of cool, even though they look a little jumbled, but kind of neat.
Feel free to add stuff to the cemetery.
Yeah. I wonder about adding like. I mean, it kind of depends on how crazy one want to get with it, but like, does the 4 tile need a variation too? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, they're all the same. All the blocks are the same.
Yeah, you mean.
But like,
I think here there's a charm to it.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go with one that has like a 4x4 split location, like it's 4 tiles.
I think like here. Hold on, I don't got my spot on. Didn't I already turn that on? Already running. I mean, what does it pause? Hold on.
I drew the whole cemetery area in just 1 tile though. That's entirely possible.
There it is. Yeah, true. I feel like this area here could use some mix up. I mean, maybe you could just use the dark tiles in there. You don't have to make a new.
Use the tiles that you made the stairs with and just make a 4x4. To occasionally put in there.
Wait, use the tiles I made the stairs with and then what?
The little 8x8s. Make a 4x4 out of it.
These ones? These little ones?
Yeah, make 1 block out of it.
1 block out of it?
Yeah, 4x4. 2x2, sorry. 2x2.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, let me open up the file.
In a stage.
Yeah, let me open the file. Let's try it. Yeah, so you're saying to just like make a whole tile of just that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like that. Is that what you mean?
It's pretty simple. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how that works. Let's see. Chat says maybe add something like dripping water from the ceiling in places. That's a good idea. Yeah, to make it feel damp. That's cool. Moss, like a moss look on the background. Green. Green, perhaps like certain old Castlevania games. I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of the idea, to have it kind of like feel mossy. To have that green in the background. So let's see. Let's go to the floor layer here. I gotta move everything over now.
Like you can put it sporadically, like maybe larger pieces of wall.
You mean like in there? Oh, you're just saying like just in random places, or?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like where you have large strips of stuff. It's kind of patterned.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I get you.
Like there's one section where there's a really big wall. You can put some sporadically in there.
Yeah. Kind of feels like it has to be part of the floor too when I do that, but I don't know.
Like occasionally one, like what I was doing with the skull patterns and whatnot, like in one screen I would slide it off center and the next screen on the other side or the middle more.
Yeah, I get
like
you.
You're always popping up in a little different spot.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it. I think it would need a little more nuance than just the small bricks, but yeah. Or maybe like a broken or cracked one or something.
Yeah, this is one element you can place around.
Yeah. But I get you. I don't know.
Keep the same tone and just adds a little bit of spice to it in there.
Yeah, I kind of like it here, but I don't know about like on this wall.
I would use it very sporadically.
Yeah. I'll have to think about it. I do
like you have the one big wall somewhere in the stage where you still like 3 or 4 layers. Where is it? It's a very thick, just wall, just floor wall.
The thickest wall, I think, is this section here and this one. In this part of the map. I don't know about the, like, the debug area. But...
Not that one. There was a... It was on the right side of a screen. You walked by it earlier. Zoom out.
Oh, that's pretty much it.
Probably the old area.
Oh, from the old area. Oh, there's tons of areas here.
Yeah.
That are thick, yeah.
Yeah, try the old area there, where you have the one door next to the coins and whatnot. In the floor, you just place them like sporadically. Those kind of walls.
No, that's a bad pattern to start off with. I should do this. Kill that one. And yeah. I don't know. I'm lukewarm on it.
I meant even more sporadically, like I was using the skulls.
Like what?
Like how I was placing the skulls.
Oh,
like
you mean, so not quite as much. Hold on, let me get over there. It's gonna take a second to fly up there. Whee, coins. There's a certain charm to it, but at the same time, like, I'm not sure. Like, the pattern itself might not be right. There is a certain charm to having it, though.
A very light use to make them.
Yeah.
Occasional one or two blocks is altered.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying. I'll have to think about that. Let's see. Quickest way back down there is just to restart the game. Oh, I did it too many times. It took a while to load. There we go. I got too much shit.
How many pallets you got going on here?
How many tiles? What?
How many pallets you got going on?
Oh, just 2.
Just 2 overall?
If you count the door, then it's 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are just 2. There's just the dark green, the light green, and I think there's actually a spare color here. I don't think
here
I've
it
used
works
all
nicely though, next to the stairs and whatnot.
And then obviously this is just 1 palette for the tiles here.
I do like the color choice you have for the background.
Thank you.
It goes from still quite dark to even darker and then nicely into the shade. It's real well. The mood is set basically.
Yeah. Oh, and these extra dark tiles here, they're just the same tile. They've just been edited to only show part of it, and they've been darkened. So there's nothing special going on there. I don't quite like this one here necessarily in the corner. I think it's a little maybe too bright. So I have to cut that down a little. But the other ones I kind of like.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look terrible. Just I think it could be just a little bit better. But I think it looks cool. Like, we definitely had a version before where it didn't have the darkened. It was just, you know, orange all the way around. But I think when you darken it, it really kind of sets in the darkness kind of seeps into the frame, and it really sets that mood. I think it looks really cool.
You still need a better frame though on that door.
Oh yeah, I didn't. That's just a quick and dirty frame on that door. It's okay, but it definitely needs some texture or something to it. This one doesn't operate. I didn't turn this one in anything, but.
Well, that's supposed to signal a starting point.
Oh yeah, for here, sure. I intended to make it a door, but then at that point I was kind of like, well, we need to move to a new project file anyway, so I'm not gonna bother putting too much, you know, into this as we move over to the cleaner
best part of the area,
setup project.
The best part of this area is the general texture feel of it. You did really good there.
Is the what?
The texture feel of it.
Oh, the textured feel. Yeah. Walking on the outside. Boink. Alright.
It certainly feels visually distinct from what we have in the other maps.
Yes, it does. I think we should think about how to bring this level of, I guess, lack of a better term, grittiness to the rest of the tile set. I think in comparison, the rest of them look a little bit more clean than this. My only real fear here is kind of sort of the juxtaposition between the flat shading outline character to the more gritty background, but I don't know. I guess I don't even think about it half the time when I look at it. I don't know if it's...
It's for, of course, for NES because using
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you are able to do it here though because it's a very simple 2-palette set. Just
Yes.
block and background.
Right.
Whereas the interior of the mansion has a lot more complexity to it.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
You didn't mention about greenness in the cave. If you feel like anything in the tiles for greenness, you can go ahead and try.
Yeah, I would like to update the caves a little bit with what I've learned, but...
And even building it, I just like them to draw a bit more clean overall.
Yeah. Sinnolt from the chat says hi. Hello. Welcome.
Like, I was looking how you did this one. I'm like, yeah, I can't really replicate what you're doing with the grittiness. Kind of goes against my nature too.
Honestly, I just started with a black color, and I literally just kind of went like, okay, we're gonna have 3 pixels on top. We're gonna have like 1 or 2 on the side, and then just like filled in the color like from there. And then like once I had like the basic shape, it's taking a minute to color in. I should have used the box tool.
Keep going. You might as well get a variation out of it.
Maybe, I don't know. But you kind of see, this was the prototype before it. You kind of see how it took shape, and then I morphed this into this one here. So I ended up with 2 on the top, but like dipping below just a little bit, you know, on the kind of like give it a little texture. And then this was, I used
here is what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Can you make a doubled up version of that block? Either too wide or 32 by 16, or even 32 by 33.
Maybe. Let's see what the hell. Oh yeah. So I guess I ended up.
That will give you variety, I think, in your area.
I guess I ended up basically doing this, and then so one thing I learned, especially from Castlevania, if you have a divot here, you want to have a light color behind it, because it then creates like a real light effect on your little divot there. And then like you can just kind of like do this shit and, you know, well, maybe a little more finesse than this, but you get the idea. And then every time you have like a divot, not every single time, but most of the time you want to like put like something under it. So if you have something like this, then you can like do that. And then it kind of looks like, see how it looks like a real chunk out of it being taken out. You think like it's an actual cut into the stone. So of course there's going to be a light side. You know, so if you zoomed in on something like that, you know, you would have like this, and then like obviously like it's going to have a part that's catching light because like it's, this part's missing, you know what I mean? And so you just take that to the pixel level here, and then like boom, there you go. So you do something.
Well, it's the same thing I was doing with indentations.
Yeah. And that's pretty much like the shorthand explanation of how that works. I'm not going to claim to be like an expert on it because, I mean, realistically, I just kind of looked at another game and went, oh, that looks good. You know, and just copied it. So it's not like I'm the progenitor.
Castlevania in general is overall pretty rough styles.
Yeah, they are. They're more simple than sometimes they appear, though, for sure. When you look at
like
it,
they just use a lot of noise they're adding, and it somehow works.
Yeah. But the noise is very deliberate. It's very good. I would highly recommend checking out Castlevania for some.
I've been trying not to look at stuff.
You what?
I've been trying not to look at stuff.
Why?
Just so it's unique.
There is a bit of that, but you can learn so much from looking at the other examples. I think it's very much worth it to do it.
Like I feel like what you had here, when you had a certain foundation laid out, then look at it to see what you can help to improve it.
Like, I didn't just straight up copy Castlevania, right? Like, I just took some techniques that I saw. It's not like, if you look at my block and Castlevania's block, they don't look the same. Like,
nothing like when you had the Milo block.
Nope. Nope, nothing like the Mylon block.
Improving.
A little bit here and there.
Now for the most of the other areas, I've been trying the base of the concept art.
But here, yeah. So here's a block variant. I don't know how close it got to the other one, but yes, no, it looks different. It's fine. It's a little more dinged up, but
I was saying, take one of the blocks and make a 2-white version, or combine the two. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. Let's see. I want to move this. I want to move this down. I want the block to be a little more clean on its face here. Maybe something like that. You don't want to get too detailed, then it gets a little too muddy sometimes.
You went and color change all the node tiles?
I what?
All your node tiles being alternating colors.
It is. Oh, yeah, the pattern here, they're checkerboarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that way on mine.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Huh.
I have a habit of Control-Shift-S because in Visual Studio, that'll save all your files. And here it does a save as. But yeah, you want to see a 2 version, right? A block that's like 2 wide. I have not tried that before, but well, you know what? We'll go with your initial recommendation. Just combine the 2, right? So just put them side by side, and then
you combine them both ways.
Yeah, and then just bridge the gap, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, do a version with the other blocks on the left too.
Oh sure, yeah.
That's an easy way to get 2 different versions of it.
You could do something like this. It's not too bad. There you go. That was quick and easy. How about that? Here, and we'll add.
You gotta add some elements there.
There you go. 2 block. Actually, looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I'm gonna add that like that there. There you go. Cool. I'll add that to the top one too. Point. There you go. How about that?
Yeah, if you take the base tiles and then reverse them in order, you can get a different result of it.
I wonder about adding. Yeah, that works good. Here, I'm gonna do that. And what now?
You know, you took the new base tile and put it to the right. I think. Try putting it to the left this time around.
To the left. Okay.
And then there's the old one on the right.
The double click on here is a little tricky. Okay.
What I find tricky with that is that every time I try to copy something, I hold Control too quick. While still selecting.
Let's see. So basically just erase this part, and oh, that looked pretty cool there. So yeah, something like that, and it's pretty easy peasy to get something like that. There you go. That's so cheap. It's so cheap, but I love it. So let's see what it looks like. Oh, wrong one. That's our new clean project file. But yeah. Let's see. So if you did, oh yeah, I mean you could. Let's see, we're in the 4-layer, yeah, and you could do something like this to accentuate the fact that the door is there. Put one here, maybe. I don't know. Not really sure, like exactly where I would put this. You could put it here to like create a little more texture on the wall here, so it doesn't look like it's completely ending. To do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. I kind of like the even blocky look, almost because it kind of feels like really constructed with basic materials. But yeah, you could totally like do it for these tiles here, though, for sure. Something like that.
You gotta be selective about where you should place it.
Yeah. You know, putting them
I personally like it.
actually would be cool because it sort of connects the two.
Yeah, you gotta, like I said, be selective about it.
Yeah, connects the two rooms here.
Okay, go into your spreadsheet.
Hold up. Let me just put a couple of these here. You can definitely get some mileage out of them here in these situations.
It creates this kind of Egyptian-like dungeon vibe, where it's like they brought in whatever stones they had.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's why it looks a little more disorganized, right? And I'm not sure that I dig that aspect of it. But in certain situations, it might make sense, like here with the door. So
like it feels more like a La Mulana area in this way.
It does, right?
And that game is actually pretty interesting if you look at the original graphics.
I've never seen that version. Or maybe I've seen it long ago, but I always keep thinking of the updated one.
Yeah, I don't like the updated one. So yeah, it looks.
Yeah, that's the thing. It does look more like an Egyptian tomb now. I'm not sure if that's the look we're going for. Where the mansion would have been built, they wouldn't be haphazard with it, right? Because you got a lot of money to make a mansion, so it would feel more structured, I think. So this kind of variation, I don't.
All the same stuff though.
Works.
I think it looks good overall.
In certain spots, like maybe for these parts that stick out, makes a little sense. But overall, just random ones, I'm not sure I dig them. I do like it on the bottom of the door, though. Makes the door feel special.
Just go be selective about it. Anyway, go to the spreadsheet.
Okay.
So you know the two tiles we just made?
Yes.
The 32 whites? Duplicate them to the right.
Duplicate them to the right, okay.
Just put them in the no tiles.
I'm guessing you're going to say to expand them, right?
Connect them vertically.
Connect them vertically?
Yeah.
Alright, hold on.
Remove the vertical barrier between them.
Oh, you want just a giant super block?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we can do that. We'll just kind of reconstruct the bottom part here. Actually, oh shit, I did that all in one shot. Oh wait, hold on. Here, let's do that first. I like that divot, so I want to keep that one. I want to keep. Nah, we'll get rid of that one. Keep this one. And we'll get rid of this. One of the big things is to kind of keep like the center part kind of cleaner. I think that really helps the aesthetic. So what I would do with like this detail might be just to like move it here and keep this like, yeah, something like that. And then kind of fill this in. And then we'll dot a few more little bits here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Yeah.
Feels like a lot of randomized to me, but it's working.
I think it's alright. This actually should come down there. Kind of even it out. There you go. Big giant block. It looks pretty good. Yeah, it's alright. All this tile editing making me think of Super Puzzle Fighter 2 now. Oh, because yeah, they're They're the little gem blocks or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so try putting them in.
Yeah, it should be alright. Don't know what to really use it with, but you could use one there maybe. Oh, you know what? Like right here. It makes a lot of sense to put one here. Yeah. Kind of like break that monotony up a little bit. Now because of that, I want to put that one there. But we haven't really applied the other variant either. I don't know if it's gonna make that big a difference though.
I mean, if you do it where it's like a big piece where it's necessary, it will look structured. Like in this case.
Yeah.
Or it's not random, but if you see something that's 2 tile wide, put one of the 2 down there.
Right, it's more that subtle design too, in a way.
Or if you want a structured floor, which 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 in a row.
Yeah. Or any kind of like it's like important things you wanna like draw attention to.
Yeah, but that one floor that sticks out, for example, you can make a 3 version. 3 wide version.
Yes. There. I like how they connect. I like having them on the doors here to connect. I think that's pretty cool. It's all right here, maybe. I don't know. It's still kind of. Yeah, hold on. It still looks Egyptian-y. So let me use the other. Let me dot like random of the other pattern. And we'll
just do whatever you like wearing.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
But it helps accentuate certain things with the key area and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. I think like ones that stick out might be okay. I'm not sure about this necessarily here, but like these kind of look cool would too. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's a visual part.
Yeah. Could you put the corner pieces upside down on the ceilings and some of the corners? You mean like these ones here, or? Yeah, this totally looks like an interactable object that stands out so much because it's so big.
The cube.
Yeah, it's a giant stone.
You want to check it out? I mean,
yeah.
You want to check it out. So that's what you can use it for.
Yeah. The little subtle variety here is actually not too bad. With the 2 different, when I dotted the 2 different ones. I guess I didn't do it much on this wall, but it breaks up a little bit of the monotony, for sure.
Yeah.
And then it looks kind of cool here. Yeah, the block here it looks kind of cool because it looks like a pedestal that the item's supposed to be on.
Yeah.
I think what I would have to do is move it forward just a bit, which unfortunately interferes with the stairs, but
you can move the whole room a bit, right?
Yeah, that's true. You could do that.
Yeah, you have the selection tool.
I was gonna say either you could just do this, which might be okay, but it throws the stairs off a little bit. But it's not too bad, to be honest. Because it does look special, like as a special.
Yeah, that works. That works.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that works pretty cool. Let's see.
So yeah, simple ways of adding tile variety.
Yeah. Let's see. I've got different corner pieces here, but not that one. This one.
All of the corner pieces.
There. Yeah, they're all just the first tile that I did, but they're just all darkened a little bit in different ways.
That's why you can't distinguish it.
Yeah, it's alright. I think if we made like a tile randomizer, like using those smart tiles, you could easily make a tile randomizer to paint these. I think you can do that. I think you can set like a percentage chance of how often one will come out over the other. But yeah,
I do like the handcrafting of it.
What's that?
I do like the handcrafting of it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can always go back and modify it too. Or just keep clicking it till you get the one you want. I think this looks really good here with the door though, the double. I think that gives it a bit of like, oh, there's something special here. There's a foundation for something, right?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, now you go in here, and yeah, it looks good. Let me reset the player's inventory so we can actually see the item manifest.
I think on the key area, try doing like those 2x2s on the floor. It was structured in a row. You'll feel like a lead up to it. Yeah.
Hold up. Let me one thing at a time. Clear. Okay, so here, what do you want to do?
On the floor, in the key room, just make 32 by 32s next to each other.
Down here?
In the whole floor leading up to it, yeah.
I don't know about that.
Just structure it.
Like something like that?
Wait, with delay? No, not the big ones, the white ones.
Oh, well, those are
Just
16 by 32. But yeah, I had those there before, but it just starts looking like an Egyptian tomb.
no, just all structured in a row.
Oh, just 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
4, 5.
Just the whole line, like it's a.
Yeah, I see. I don't know. Not sure how I feel about it.
You get some sense that it's like a special walkway leading to something.
Yeah, if you were consistent with it, you could get away with 2s on all the floors. The problem is that now you've got kind of like an odd construction sometimes, but like that would definitely look pretty consistent, you know, other than a few areas.
Yeah, if you happen to get an alt, maybe do a tree.
Yeah, I would be worried about the even odd problem though. But yeah, like you could. Wall. Yeah, I mean, like you could do that. You look here, like it definitely looks structured. But that's the thing. I think it has to be consistent. I don't think you can just mix and match.
Yeah, the more you randomly mix and match, you get an Egyptian tomb.
Yeah. Or here, yeah, here it actually looks like a walkway for sure. But I would
remember that you have 2 versions of that.
Oh no, for sure. That's fine. But just to like see what it looks like in its basic form. Yeah. Like it's okay, but you'd have to do it everywhere, and I'm a little concerned about being able to make like the floors even enough to do that. Not sure it's necessary.
It's cool though.
I feel like I'd rather take the simplicity but flexibility of the single tile ones.
I would say just draw as flexible and then kind of fill in the details after that. Like you do now. So you first do the layout and then apply details to it.
I like them for special things like doors and stuff, but I'm not sure if I dig them being too not sure if I dig them just being used all over the place.
Well, they're certainly draw attention.
Yeah, they do. They certainly do. Let me see. If I make this like a double here, if that would look better. Maybe. I don't know. I could make like an intermediary tile too, to like make them longer if I need to, but yeah.
So you might want to make, you know, the ones in the floor. Do you want to double up those two? The shadowed ones.
The shadowed ones.
With the second layer of the floor.
Oh.
Should those merge too?
Should they have variants, you're saying?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. I just never bothered to put them in yet. It was just, you know, hadn't gotten to it, I guess, would be the better way to put it. Let me just want to get the old pattern here. There. I think that's what I had before. Maybe it's not, but I think it looks cool. Did you put the corner pieces upside down in the ceilings and some... Oh, yeah, right. Very asked about that. I read that out earlier, but I forgot to. I mean, kind of like this. Just like in the corners like this. I don't know about that. Let's take a look. I think there's definitely potential for something to go in the corners. I'm not sure that just like this is, that this specific one doesn't quite work out. And this one actually almost looks like a skeleton in a corner. Like there's the skull and then the pile of bones under it. That would actually be really cool to have something like that. But I do like the look of having the corners have something though, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, he said like the stair pieces. Do I have stairs that are in that configuration? Probably not, but I could rotate it, but then the lighting would be off. Yeah, I don't have any blocks like that. I think what he's asking, we'll just try it real quick here, is if you had kind of like these ones, right? But then you take off that much and then just leave that. And then you could just put these in the corner like this. Obviously the shadow is going to go away because it's, you know, not part of the tile, but you get the idea. I think for the bricks, it probably doesn't work out too well, but I think something could go in the corner. I think there's merit in attempting to put something in the corner. Yeah, I do like the two wide here for the door. Actually makes it feel special there.
For your green background tile, I don't think you need a second variation per se.
Yeah.
But you need to do something in the tiling where it doesn't look as repetitive.
Yeah, there's two ways you could do that. You could aggressively use the secondary pattern, the darker pattern, which helps break that up. But then, yeah, you got like this. You have to be very conscious about long strips of it like that.
Yeah, see the problem with the long strip there?
Yeah, I think like in this room, you almost don't see it though. It's so varied that you almost don't even see it unless you're really looking for it, which makes me think that you could possibly get away with not having more to it. But I think it would be nice to have.
I wouldn't make a second variation because that would make the shadowing possible to work with. A second variation would make the shadowing really hard to deal with.
Yeah, you'd have to use some sort of algorithmic tile to like handle it, I think. Your second variation should be able to be like completely mix and matchable with the other ones. So that like half of this brick, if it was the second variation here and this is the first variation, that they still work together. And then you could maybe randomize them a little bit. Something like that might work.
Just the dark has the same problem.
Oh yeah, the darks for sure has got like hella consistency to it. Even it comes off even worse than the other stuff because there's no texture except for the outline. So like here you definitely see.
Show me the tile.
Oh yeah, it's just
on the.
It's just right here. Yeah, they're all the same, even the half versions.
Let's see.
So yeah, if you created a secondary of every one of these tiles and then did that second one and then made it so it would randomly show one or the other, as long as they're compatible with each other side by side at all times, then I think that would work out. You could do that relatively easily. Assuming that Unity's tile thing works that way. I mean, I'm assuming that you can do that. It doesn't have to like tile to its surroundings. You don't have to add that variation. I think you could just add the variation of it just randomizes what it looks like. I don't know if that's a runtime randomization or if that's an editor time one though. I would assume it'd be editor time. I would hope so, but who knows? But yeah, I do like the black here with the key. That actually does make that stand out really nice.
Yeah.
I honestly don't even see the variation in the tiles. If I'm really looking for them, I see them, but they appear so similar that it's almost like not even worth having. but it's alright. There's no harm in having it randomized for sure. I don't know about just random ass platforms being 2 though, because they're supposed to signify something special, right? And there's nothing really
So in this
special
case,
about
it helps you with the verticality of it all. Like you want to jump up there.
it. A little bit. A little bit.
Really, make a nice door frame.
Alright. I don't know what to do with it. I'm not sure how to design it. What do you think it should look like?
Would it be surrounded by those background bricks? Or?
I guess. Nothing wrong with it being part of the brick stuff. I don't
that's what it looks
think it should be bricks itself, but sort of works. So what's the next mechanical thing you guys are working on? Like gameplay wise? What I would like to do, and hold on, stretch, sleepy. I would love to add crawling next, but I don't know. I don't know if I can pull it off just yet. Not until we fix up the rest of the stuff, the glitches with the platforming. The next system I'd like to put in is a system where there's loading zones to for like each room, so that you can spawn enemies and respawn enemies and stuff like that. That's the next system that I'm looking to really include here. I think that's the next really big thing.
The problem with the crawling, I guess, is that the collision box changes size.
Yes, that is the biggest problem, and I'm not sure 100% how to deal with that yet. Yeah. It could be things where we just have to check above the player to make sure there's nothing above them before they stand back up.
Or just roll back to stand back up.
Yeah, what we could do is to, if you have here, I'll have to draw this out. I don't think I can explain it properly without a diagram. So let's see. I'm gonna turn on.
I mean, I guess you could always just have a secondary collision box around the player that just checks if it's safe to stand up or not.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. So here, let's do it this way. We have this. Obviously, you want to go in here. So Ricky's coming out, right? And let me make that 1 pixel. So say you're standing here and this is your box under there, but then when you're standing, your box is like this, right? What you could do, what I was thinking, is if you just take this box and attempt to move it up to where it would meet this, just to see if you bump into anything. And if you do bump into anything, roll it back to where it was and cancel the motion. You could use it as a testing thing. Because everything around you is good here on the bottom. You're only concerned with what's above you, so just move however many units upward that you want to stand up on, right? And then just do that.
Yep.
The other,
It might be costly to have a lot of rollbacks, though.
Yeah, depending on how costly it is to try to do that, it might not be an issue. Now, you could just shoot rays above it, but the problem is, how many rays are you gonna shoot? What if there's a spike here somewhere, right? If it's a spike, your rays won't touch it. And then you'll stand up into the spike, you know what I mean? So I feel like you have to do some sort of check where you just have to take the whole shape and move it or something. And then see if it works. And if there's
right.
Yeah, well, in that case, I mean, then you're pretty much just trying to move, right?
Yeah. So you need to simulate the change in hitbox with a movement action.
Essentially, yeah. Just up to the size that you need it to. And if you hit anything, then oh well, I can't make that sort of movement. Let's roll it back. And I mean, you're gonna roll it back anyway because you're really only testing, right? You're only testing to see if you can stand up, and then you're gonna roll it back anyway. And if the test was successful, then you can make the box bigger now. And if it wasn't successful, then you don't allow that transformation to take place. I think that's a conceptually easy thing for us to do. I don't know if it's very efficient, but I think it would work, and considering we've only got a few characters on screen, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem.
It does very similar to what we wanted to do for rotations, except, of course, now we have just straight Rayca instead of
essentially. Yeah. I think you could apply this to a couple of things, like, situations of being crushed, or situations where, oh, I'm in a wall, I need to pop out. Let's attempt to do that movement and see where we end up. Are we still stuck in the wall? Okay, well then maybe that doesn't work. Now we roll it back. You could do stuff like that. I think that would be very powerful to have that ability to test. Don't actually move, but just test to see if you want to move. And if it worked out, cool, then we'll keep it. And if not, then we'll roll back to our previous position. Do something like that. I think that would be okay.
I mean, if it's simulated like a movement, you could always have something like, if there's something you wanted to push away with your hitbox, then to respond to you standing up.
Yeah, I guess it does fall apart a little bit if you're going to actually be able to move things. So you have to make sure to roll those ones back as well. As a part of the whole process. If something is movable. Yeah. Or you could just turn off transfer. A momentum transfer to the next object, just turn it off. And then don't bother doing it. So the first sign that you come into contact with something, then that's a fail, right? And then that's it. Then you could cancel the operation.
I think I've seen some gameplay. I think I've got a class maybe. Like some object falls on you, and you are forced into a crouch state to account for it. Like you're standing up, and some object falls on top of you, and you end up crouching instead.
Oh, I don't know how I would handle that. Maybe if you get detected that you are squashed, you attempt to crouch. And if crouching still doesn't work, then you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
Scenario where it's like, boom, immediately.
Yeah. So that would all happen, in the span of one frame. So it would attempt to shrink your hitbox to a crouching state, then do a test to see, are you still crushed? If not, cool, then you're good. If you are still crushed, then either die or freeze or whatever. We decide that's, the appropriate action in that scenario.
Yeah.
You could just keep it so that way you can't move at all. You just completely blocked out from moving until you're uncrushed, but yeah. I think in Mansion probably makes sense to just kill the player. They're not like they're invincible or anything.
I bet it depends what's following you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I don't know if that's the what do I want to say? I don't know if this is the most efficient way to do it, but I think it would just work, and I still want to have the rollback ability on this system anyway to say, hey, we ended up in a bad situation, just undo that last movement. We don't want to do that. I think that would be fine. So, yeah, stuff and things.
Okay.
So at this point, are we ready to transition to our new file?
Warframe. Warframe.
I can't hear you. You're talking soft.
Doorframe.
Doorframe. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, doorframe. What do I do with a doorframe? I don't know. I've been thinking about it, but I have no idea what I want to do with it.
You want to put bricks around it? You want to put metal around it?
I don't know. I've considered both. I think we should keep the green color to keep it part of the background, but I really don't know what it should look like. I would assume that
I mean,
the basement is not going to be as fancy as the rest
one
of
of
the
the
mansion.
things you could do, if you surround it with the green shadow tiles,
Mm-hmm.
if you surround the door with the green shadow tiles, it might look like the door is a little deeper into the wall.
Hmm.
You might even be able to do it with the tiles that you have right now. Actually,
All right. Let's
give that a try.
Okie dokie. So we
Then
need.
you might need the frame.
Oh, without the frame, you mean?
Yeah, without the frame.
Without the frame at all. Okay. I think they're on this layer. Yeah. So I'm just gonna roughly do it so that we see what it looks like. And something like this. I don't think that works.
Try one tile that has one side light and the other side dark. So you're encroaching a little closer to it.
One side light and one side dark?
Yeah, 8 pixels light, 8 pixels dark.
Yeah, you don't have like a half tile though. That's the problem.
You have
You wouldn't get an even, you'd get a jigsaw pattern.
Just make one.
Just make one. I don't know. I don't think it looks good, to be honest.
No jigsaw, just make the side at the door dark. You should have one like that.
Alright, hold on. So... Damn it! Essentially, you'd have this on one side. And... this on the other side. And... then you'd just kinda... I don't know, I guess make like this a half something or other. Something like this. I don't know. Yes.
You don't even need to change the lighting.
What?
You don't even need to change the lighting at all.
A little bit. I mean, they look kind of cut off if you don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So then you want this one like this.
Bottom left one has to have any lighting.
It's fine.
Yeah, and one more top.
What's that?
One top version too. Then it will act like a frame.
Yeah, I still don't like it, but I see what you're saying. I'll try it. I think we already have this variant. Yeah, we do. Then it would be... Oh, we don't have the corners, but... Alright, I don't know.
You don't need the corners.
Killing me.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
That's full block, isn't it?
And then the right side... Oh, they're the same. Yeah, they're the same pattern. Okay. I'm sure... Oh, I have them already down here. Well, sort of?
Okay, you're getting confused by your phrase.
Hold on, I might actually already have them. Yeah, I've already got them down here. Okay, there you go. There's your fucking frame.
That was an idea.
No, it's fine. It's fine to test it. I'm not in love with it though. I don't think it works.
Huh.
Like
It
it makes a frame, sure. It just doesn't. I don't know. I think it needs to stick out instead of depress because the door is pretty light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
But it does show that you can do something with the rock formations like that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You could also try a different color combination in there. So I see the gold or the brown.
Yeah, I don't know. Not with the bricks though.
Oh.
I think we need to do something with the frame itself. Either it's gotta be like just more textured in some way. Like you could do this. Maybe something like that. Let's see what that It's a little better, but I'll have to do something with the top there. But now they kind of look like slabs of rock, you know what I mean? Instead of whatever. So then the tops. Oh, there's wait.
You
There's a
try
top
making
piece here.
those. You can try making those sides look more rounded, like pillars.
Maybe. Yeah, that doesn't work. Well, we also have the problem of the middle part being...
One more layer of light, or like do a vertical line 1 pixel away from the current light line.
Well,
So you have 2 pixels of light, darkness, light.
Yeah, hold on. I want to try...
I haven't seen you try that before.
I want to try this first. And then, so the top slab will be like straight, right? And then this part will go down. Oh, I guess I need, where is it? Oh, Oh, you know what? This one's got to be under. Yeah, this one's got to be under, otherwise it won't tile correctly.
Try a vertical line in the middle of the block.
Which one? The top or the bottom or the sides?
A vertical line in the dark green. It's lighter.
Okay.
There's 1 pixel offset from the current. Yeah.
Okay.
A light line, no? Light.
Oh, light lines.
Yeah. That should round out the closer to the light area, by the way. 1 pixel to the right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Just 1 pixel more to the right.
Yeah. I see, because they're like pillars now. Yeah, that actually looks kind of cool. I like that.
That's what I've been doing on the other map as well. So.
Yeah.
It makes it feel more rounded. Huh?
Yeah, I guess my only initial concern, and of course this can be adjusted for, is there's no pillars anywhere else. So it'll just kind of like make a little bit of an oddity. If there might be pillars in the environment, that might be a little...
You could use them to like bridge certain things or connect certain things. Yeah.
Let's see, and this one should also have it, right? Yeah.
The top part of the frame could be more square, as long as you do something with it.
Could be more square?
I mean, it is more square already.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What I suggest is put a dark line at the bottom of the top.
Where?
At the bottom of the top section.
Yeah, that's actually what I just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it needs some kind of like shadow on it. And so because of that, I think these should be moved up a little bit. And then put this one down here.
I mean, double line is good too, though. It is the top.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean, because then it would have like an extra shadow property to it. Yeah, okay, that's alright. It's alright. Hi, I saw your game, it looks awesome. How do you handle slopes in Unity? I knew I'd get that question. It's really fucking hard. It depends on what you want to do. And to be honest, we still haven't solved it correctly yet. So I'm not really even sure.
The slopes work, the collisions just don't work.
Well, yeah, but we still have the issues with the corners and stuff. Yeah, sad face. Slopes are hard.
Works. The collision that doesn't work.
Sort of, but when we change everything, it's gonna change how that works too. I don't know.
Go to the test map.
Yeah. Well, we got the hold on, I guess I'll escape this way. We got the other issue with some of the slopes not working when they're too high. Let's see. Do I have an easy way out here? I don't think so. I think I just gotta have to get 100 coins and go out that door. I should put a normal door so I don't have to keep getting a key, but here. Yeah, down here. And here, yeah. So here's our test room. Oh, and the thing broke. That's our track thing. Yeah, so we've got the different tiles here. It's a little glitchy, but we want to designate certain slopes as being walls, and they'll push you back at a certain degree. And then like other slopes are walkable.
I meant the other test room.
The other test spot? Oh! Yeah, okay. Okay, you're right. You're right. This one, the debug room. Yeah, so we've got the ability to walk on any slope here. Now we're doing it old school style, where the center point of the character is what's affixed to the ground. We think that looks better. It's not what you're gonna get if you use Unity physics. You're not gonna get that. It'll look different. But then the idea is that like some walls are too steep, and then they'll do that. We also want to have like an edge that you can kind of walk out on. So that's a little bugged at the moment. You have a custom physics system? Yeah, pretty much. Like all the movement code to make them move, that's all custom. It doesn't use Unity physics. It uses raycasting, but like not any of the like physics in there. The other big thing with our system is we wanted it so that when you stepped out on the edge, you would step out and go like forward. So here, if we watch like really closely as we're walking, if he doesn't get stuck. Now notice he's going down, but now he's going to the left only. He's only going to the left to kind of like step out on there, and then you should be able to return and then walk back up. So there's a lot of nuance going on here, but it's not perfect yet, and we've got to still figure out some issues. Let's get there.
Turn the rotation on.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got the rotation. Here. I got the circles. I go. Oh no, it's broken. It's broken.
Something broke?
Yeah, something broke. I don't know. It's just screwy. Well, it used to work.
Yeah, it used to work. Bring up the old video.
Old video. Oh, here, this one works. I can walk up walls and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what changed.
Yeah, I don't either. Anyway, it's all work in progress. We'll fix it eventually.
And the system worked. Just something in the collision is just getting wonky.
Yeah, getting a lot of floating point issues where at a microscopic level, it's like Schrodinger's raycast detection. Like sometimes what you'll fire the same ray, and then sometimes it'll be like I hit something, and sometimes it's like I don't hit anything. This wall's a good example. Here, sometimes it gets caught for like no reason. Shit, where? That's not doing it now. It's random. It's like really messed up.
You wanna go a little deeper into how the slopes actually work?
Not really. My brain's already fried. We've got a few videos on it already. If you look back in the archive, well, you're on Twitch, right? If you go to YouTube, Game Dev Scrubs, and you look back in the archives for this project, you'll definitely find a whole hours and hours and hours discussion about this stuff, and how much it makes me want to cry.
Yeah, the basic gist here, other than this, the point was right where you followed the shape of the glider.
Yeah, that's a good place to start. It's kind of like tracing the outline of the collider. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Cool music. Did you make it? No, this is. Oh, you know what? Hold on. The track thing broke. Let me fix it. The track titles here. There you go. It should show the track title on the bottom now. Sorry. There you go. This was from Seiken Densetsu 3. None of the music here is music for the project.
Wrong game. Okay.
Yeah.
You mean Trials of Mana?
Yeah, Trials of Mana. There you go. I do like that frame now, by the way. It's good. What was I gonna say?
Something.
Oh, here, like, we get into this problem. Look at this. Sometimes you catch on here. This is what I'm talking about, that floating point shit. It's randomized, like whether or not you actually detect the wall, and then sometimes it works. And sometimes it doesn't. Look at that. All I did was just move up, and sometimes it detects it, and sometimes it doesn't. You can see him even hanging, like, clipping his head off the side. That's what we're talking about, these floating point shit. Yeah, and then it just catches. That's what I mean by Schrodinger's, like, hit detection here. It's sometimes it's working, and sometimes it doesn't. We don't know if it's alive or dead. Like, so we're trying to work out ways to fix that kind of stuff. So that's why I say that, like, we think what we know should work, but we haven't fixed everything yet. Mary Nix, oh, go ahead.
The slopes work. We've proven it. Just the hit detection is getting kind of difficult.
Yeah. And sometimes in the corner here, I've actually gotten caught on this corner here, randomly. I don't know why.
The problem we are having with these corner pieces is that, you're hitting your corner into their corner at 0 distance, and it's like the game goes, I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Like we saw that with when we did the renewed collision code. We never accounted for it. So in this version of the movement code, it's just it's random.
Yeah. So
like this. A lot we can figure it out.
So when it's going down, he detected there was a 4 here because he caught the edge of this, but it doesn't really exist. It's just Schrodinger's fucking hit detection. Very Nick says, I remember when I asked him to try slopes, I legitimately felt bad for a minute seeing Unity explode when he tried to make Ricky walk up a slope that was too steep for Unity's liking. Yeah. It definitely doesn't help. If we zoom out or go to the editor view here, you can see, well, maybe.
You have the other build to show, or?
Here. I don't know where it is actually at the moment. So you see the line here, the green line? That's the collider. So all we do is we trace the line. Ricky's walking on the line, he gets to this point, and then he starts going on up here, and then he keeps going. Like you go point to point, you move from point to point on the collider. That's how we did it. But there's all sorts of glitches associated with it, and yeah, well, we'll see if our new idea works out or not. I'm not sure.
Trying to off the line a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen this in a couple other ones. Let me pull up the diagram.
I mean, that's what Unity itself does, actually.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah. So let me see. I'm gonna try to find a diagram I sent you earlier in the week. We'll take a look at that here.
Yeah, the problem with the Unity physics is that you can't do things like going from your center or turning walk over an edge like that.
Here, so this is what we do now. Where I marked bad. What we do now is we affix the collider. The green part's the collider. Don't worry about the blue, I'll explain that in a minute. But the green part is the collider. That's our collider, and this is the 4. The yellow is the 4. And then we trace the center point from the bottom of the collider and we start walking along it. But what we might have to do is define a distance from the collider where the collision is actually being affixed to. And
you're gonna move towards, right?
What's that?
You're gonna move towards, weren't you?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, no, you were just aiming for the next point always.
So it'd say that our current position here, we're gonna move towards the end of the line, is essentially how that works. And that kind of keeps it on track, and it'll sort of correct as it goes. Which actually probably worked pretty good with this. Yeah, it's got that autocorrect in. Because if you just set a direction and then start, multiplying for your velocity and going, like if you want to end up here, you might actually end up here or down here if you do that. Again, because of limited precision. that's why when we do move towards, if he happens to move up or down, he's always going to start to zone in on this position, even if he has some variance in his pattern. So the idea was, if we take him and put him a little bit off the ground and have all colliders do this, that there's some defined distance between,
very tiny distance.
Yeah, very tiny distance between the actual collider and the surface that you're on, then you don't have to worry about a collision happening in this, or a ray being fired from the same spot hitting that point. So like if you fire a ray from this spot here and then like do it in the direction, I know it's kind of a shitty color, well, let me get red, I guess. If you shoot a ray like this along the line, it's possible that you may hit immediately as you fire it, or you may not hit it at all, essentially, because of that sort of precision issue. So what I would do is say, if we're too close to the sun, let's back away. And then what if we fire the ray like this instead? And then now we're not, firing it inside the absolute edge of the collider, and then you won't have as many issues. So if you wanted to move forward from here, you fire the ray this way, you'll make the collision here, right? But if you do it from here and fire it this way, then you're going to make the collision right where you ended up, and so you can kind of create a little bit of space where the minimum ray firing distance is going to be from like this distance here, from here to here. So you're always firing from a position that shouldn't be touching on this stuff. Now, we have corners that will dig into there, and that's fine. That should be okay, as long as the colliders themselves are still off by some measure. Well, part of why this should potentially work is the fact that whenever you make a movement, no matter how small that movement is, you are still firing a ray at least this big. So you have some distance to get from one point to another. It's never gonna just hit like right off the bat and be kind of weird about it. I could go on for hours and hours about how exactly this works, but I'm very tired. So that's
the basic gist here, right? Was that before, when you're on the line, it's just like a coin flip whether you actually hit the line or not.
Yeah.
99% of the time you might be starting in the line, but there's a 1% chance that you don't start in it, causing all sorts of problems.
Yes, exactly. So
whereas
here's
this is consistently off.
Yeah. So here's a good example of like what that looks like. If we're actually like moving up the line, or if we're gonna bump into a line, then we would see the reverse ray cast being shot this way to detect the spike. But I think the biggest, this might be the most elegant example to have here, because we were just viewing this particular issue, right? Let me get a box here for the player, and I'm gonna have a thing around him, and then I'm gonna have another box here, and we're gonna have a yellow box, and that's gonna represent our floor here. So here's why this is good for that scenario where we like hit the corner here and Schrodinger's hit detection will take place. Sometimes this is, that's a collision, and sometimes, nope, it's not a collision. In the same exact spot with the same coordinates, with the same velocity and all that shit. Sometimes it just hits it because of floating point bullshit. But here, if you are away from it, actually, this is slightly incorrect. Let me fix that. Here. If you are away from it and you're firing the ray here, you absolutely will not hit it. You will not hit it. But here, you fire here, maybe. Sometimes it does hit it and sometimes it doesn't. This is why this might prevent the issue that we're having. If you have some sort of barrier, now it may not be this large, and It's probably not going to be that large for sure. But if you, even on a microscopic level, if you are still even just like a millimeter off here, it's enough to not have that random chance of touching it. And so if you do happen to land on this for whatever reason, you know, you're gonna be here instead. And then at this point, you know, you still got your barrier here and everything's checking out, you know what I mean? So it's, in theory, it should fix this kind of shit. And if you are in this zone, I think what it would do, like if you were like slightly here, I think what it would do is it would get here and it would just push you out and then you'd fall down. And that would be the way that would work. I think that's the theory behind it. So that way you just can't get too close to the edge for these to actually meet. It's really the idea behind that. But it's untested at this point, so I can't tell you for sure that this will solve the problem that we have. We think it might, and we're gonna try it, and if it works, cool, and if it doesn't, forget everything we just said. This is the scrub channel, not the pro channel, so take it with a grain of salt, right?
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of, what do we call them? Edge cases for this kind of shit. So we'll see. I have no idea if this is really going to pan out, but I think there's a reasonable assumption to make here, because I've seen some other tutorials talk about having this, what they call a skid width, or you know, like a barrier or whatever. And Unity kind of does that too. When two objects collide, they don't actually, this is why you have a spreadsheet now. Yeah, right? Two objects don't necessarily touch each other when they collide. They're actually a small distance apart. And that distance is somewhat randomized in Unity's thing. So I think what's going on with Unity's system is that they're moving in increments. They're moving in big block increments. And if any detection has happened during that increment, they stay apart. They don't move into each other. They just stay kind of like apart. It's almost kind of like having like a tile grid for your collisions. That's my interpretation of it, at least.
In this example, though.
Yes.
If you push the one pixel to the right.
This one?
The top one, the blue outline.
Yeah.
Then the blue outline is above the yellow, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but the green isn't. So
no.
you'll be able to fall vertically past this easily, right?
Yes, exactly. Because the blue doesn't catch. The blue is just a representation of this minimum ray distance.
So, what if you push right now?
So if you went like this, and you went, you know, this way. So part of the system is that there's a minimum distance here, but you always pull back that amount of distance.
Yeah, but you're already in it, right? You're already in it. Except when you're going down, it doesn't register it.
Correct. As soon as you go right, it would actually push you backwards if you were too close to it.
Yeah, but if you push to left as well, or it won't see it.
Correct, it won't see it. Yeah, if you're going left, then all the rays are going to be going this way, so...
So it needs to be made sure that whatever that size the skin width is, it needs to be smaller than visible pixel on screen.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I just made it big here for the sake of demonstration, but yeah, you want it to be like a fraction of a pixel, like maybe a tenth of a pixel or something like that. That way you won't have like big disparities in
yeah, you won't see it
how you do that.
Go back and forth.
Exactly.
So in this case, you would slide by every block just fine until you push right.
Correct.
And then we'll correct it to allow you to slide past it.
Right. And because what'll happen if you want a demonstration of like frame by frame what should happen in this case is oh, I'll let it get black instead of green. I guess so. So we're gonna move like this way, right? We want to try to move into it. What'll happen is it's going to, I'm gonna use a darker green here to overlay it. It will say, okay, you really should be here, right? but the skin width doesn't let you do that. You have to be away from it. So it'll actually take your point of intersect here, and it'll say, okay, we got to step back some distance away from that, so you cannot get that close to it. And there will always be a ray firing at least that minimum distance. So if you are closer to it for any reason, it will continue to push you backwards.
I'm wondering how to do it on the diagonals. Like, we push it back. How do you do it on diagonal?
Oh, you just do it by distance, like pure distance, regardless of what the direction you're going in. So in reality, the outside is actually kind of a bubble. It'll have rounded corners on it. And then you know your greens on the inside. Because like when you fire a ray, that was a really shitty example, but when you have like here, when you fire the ray, it's gonna be like anywhere from here to here. That's your minimum distance from the corner. And of course that's rounded because you're using just plain distance. And that's it. And then so when you have the ray and say it hits like before your minimum, it will say whatever your ray distance minus the whole minimum is going to be your movement. And this actually would be a backwards movement then, because you didn't make the full distance. And so that's how it keeps you away from getting too close to something. It'll automatically correct for that over like the span of a frame or so.
Yeah. So my one fear in this whole system would be if it started pushing you back too much for some reason.
Well, again, this would be like 1/10 of a pixel, so you wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah. And the other question is, do we still have enough data to activate the edges?
Enough data to what?
To activate the edge system.
You should be, because once you're on the line, you're attached to it, right? And we're walking point to point. You know, our target is actually to get to the next point. It's not really like doing a raycast to detect the floor anymore. We're already on the floor at that point. So when we get to the edge here of a point, then it's just going to create that kind of like invisible.
I like that blue edge only activates once a ray actually hits, right?
The blue edge activates when a ray.
If you made very small movement steps that are smaller than that skin width.
Yeah. So what it would do is your minimum ray distance would be from here to here, and then your tiny bit of distance that you moved would be from here to here. But this entire ray would fire at this length, and then what it would say is, okay, so say we hit here, right? Or we're going to take the distance from here to here minus the distance from here to here, and we get the movement of this much.
So as a result, if you had a ray that's smaller than that gap.
Yeah, if you fired from here to here only, or from here to here, here to here, but that you hit here, then your distance is this minus the distance of this, which puts you back here, and it actually pushes you the other way instead. So it's like a reverse correction.
I guess my question is, do we need to append that skin width to every ray length as well?
Yes, absolutely. Every single ray has to have it, and that's where the skin width only really exists as a concept. I draw the box here, but there's actually really no box. The box is really just a representative of how much we've increased every single raycast by.
Yeah,
But every raycast has to have it. So like when the geometry fires back to find that point, it also has that. And so that actually creates, I didn't draw it here, but that actually does create, in a way, a skin width around the geometry here too. Like this, it actually does exist there because of this extension that we're doing on every raycast. So it's not just our player that has this, everything will have this to a degree. Anything that moves, let's say. So you just have to be consistent with it. Every raycast that gets fired that has to do with movement has to have that extension. And that'll keep everybody apart. So no matter who does the calculation, you're correcting for that space every time. The only possible hitch that I see here, actually that might not even be a problem. I was gonna say, like, if you had a wall here, or like, yeah, it would have to be a wall here, because I was thinking, like, what happens if you hit here and it moves you backwards, and then you get into the wall because of that. But it shouldn't happen, because you should never have been that close to the wall to begin with. As long as everything's functioning the same way in every frame, then a wall here, you'll start to enter this space, but you'll never actually hit it, because the movement will never push you that way. And then in the next frame, this will pop you back out anyway. So yeah, even minimal movement shouldn't be a problem.
In this case, though, you seem to have this concept working out better than before. Because prior to it, I think we were trying to make all the colliders bigger. In way back.
No,
when
well, maybe it's possible. I don't remember for that far back, to be honest.
Well, when you started out, you were experimenting with it. You looked more like you were making a bigger collider overall.
It's
but
possible.
Just doing the rays, making a small fraction of the rays longer always, would automatically achieve the same result in a super simple method, right?
Right, and we could adjust it super easily. You just change the amount of the ray augmentation, and that's it. And then everybody's barrier gets a little bit bigger or smaller or whatever.
And this could be forced into the ray template, right?
Yeah, exactly. You would just do that at the movement level, where everything.
So that would be
that
would be a very simple fix without needing to rewrite the entire thing. Other than accounting for what a difference actually means.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of implications that I haven't gotten to, like knowing enough to like have this be the thing that's on the line is a little different. Like there's some
putting
stuff
it in the line could just be fine as long as you have a global variable for it.
Oh yeah.
That's 0, it's still the old system, right?
I don't think it's quite as simple as that.
I mean, if the extension is always a global variable for everything the same, putting a 0 just gives you the old system we have already.
Technically, yeah, it would. If you just had it be 0, yeah, then you'd get the old
So
result.
you could easily build it into the new system and then see what it does, test it, and then try a few scenarios.
Potentially.
And the remake we were building isn't far along yet with the collision that we have to get the whole thing, I think.
Yeah, so you're saying we might not have to just like start over, but
we just need
might be able to adapt it to that.
Yeah, we just need to restart the code, or trying to get the floating point exclusions in, because those are unnecessary then.
Oh god, those are fucking brain twisters, man.
Yeah, so sidestep those, remove that code for the time being, maybe make a duplicate.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Make a duplicate.
Yeah, make a duplicate, add this extra length in, and take out all the collision code except the perfect collision.
Yeah, and just see what it does.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
That's for the simplest way we can test this.
Yeah.
And then you can see it in practice.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing we were lacking in that project, I think, is maybe some of the debug lines we had.
Yeah, there were some things that I haven't recreated there yet. It definitely wasn't collecting as much data as the one in the test project, for sure. By that I mean, this version of the game collects way more data than the other one.
But then we don't need to think about line walking yet, slope yet. It's just about pure collision.
Yeah, essentially.
Anyway, the sprites, I think the top frame of the door needs a bit extra.
Yes, it does.
Also, for coolness sake, maybe try drawing one extra horizontal line. Just black, under the other black line. Like, do a black line, a colored line, and a black line. So you get like, you get a small little bend around the pillar.
I'm trying to find where's my... Where's my sheet? Here's my sheet. He's saying, oh, it's like something like this.
Not at that height. Under the black.
Under the black, like this.
Yeah, you have a black line.
Yeah.
They go 2 pixels down, make another black line.
Okay. Go 1, 2.
Don't
Pixel
change
gap.
the color. Don't change the color in the. Don't change the green. Just draw the black line.
So like that or like that? Which one?
Oh, so yeah, 1 pixel gap. But yeah.
1 pixel gap. Okay.
Anyway, let's see how that looks.
Okay. Blink. Yeah.
So looking at Mario pipes.
Kind of. I feel like I want to see what the 2 pixel gap looks like. I feel like it's.
So you see how at least the topmost one makes it look like at the top of a pillar.
It does to a degree, yeah.
So you can change the lighting a little bit there. You can make it look wider.
I don't know about having it all the way down.
If you change the lighting just a bit, it will. You can make the top section feel wider overall.
Wait, did I not export it? Oh, I still got. Oh, okay, I still have the one here.
So in that top section, Mark.
Yeah.
If you just make it the lighting. If you make the lighting a little different, like push it more to the outside, you can make that top part of the pillar look wider overall.
Something like that.
Not that part. The band at the top.
Oh, like that.
So it'll feel more like a support. And change more of the light area too. Like 1 pixel bigger.
Yeah, I get you.
It feels more like a protrusion then.
Yeah, I get you.
And if you then do the same thing with the top, it will rest on it better.
Okay. Yeah, that looks kind of neat. Let's duplicate that to the other side then.
Yeah. And you could do something similar to the base as well. So it feels like it stands on the ground.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to make a different tile for that, but yeah. I guess that one is already kind of pushed all the way to the right, so. Yeah, looks alright. But you're right, I need a new tile. Just put it to the side, I guess. Doesn't matter, I can rearrange a sheet in Unity if I need to. And then with the magic of copy paste, we'll have a new one down here. There, wait, why doesn't that line up? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's good. Hey, how about that? I have to go back here. Down here. One at a time. We on 4? Okay, good. There we go. Blink.
How does it look?
That's alright.
See how very small additions can make things look completely different?
It does, yeah. It looks a bit Roman now. I'm not sure if that's really the look I'm looking for, but
no,
as far as an example of getting detail, yeah, it's cool.
Maybe add a bit more to the top frame?
I think it would need it, yeah.
It's very dark overall, that one.
The top part is, yeah.
Yeah. Like maybe over the lighting on it.
Make it like a thicker.
Just fill it in except the well enough corner.
I don't know if that looks alright. At the very least, it doesn't need that slope on the side. I don't like it.
Why don't you fill it in except the bottom left?
Oh, you mean like this?
Like reverse lighting?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of I've been adopting kind of like just do a highlight kind of for everything else, so that's what I ended up with.
Yeah,
over here.
That's exactly what though. Try it.
It's all right. It pops out at least, I guess. I think this corner here will have to change, if not to just become that completely. Maybe 1 pixel? What we got? I don't know. Looks a little weird. Might need one up here too. I give it like a beveled look. All right, that's all right. With the 2 corners, kind of works a little better. It's okay. It looks very Roman-y, but at least it's an example of
At least it
detail.
looks plain.
Yeah. And then over here, it looks hella Roman on this door.
We already know the guy who made the mansion is very fancy.
I guess so. Yeah.
Those stand out.
Yeah. Oop, fell down.
And then you pick your key, as usual.
Yeah.
This guy's a millionaire.
Absolutely. He's a bajillionaire. That's canon, right? That's canon. Quote me on it.
You have to be to have any of these stages.
Yeah. I think it looks cool.
Like, imagine how rich Dracula actually is.
Oh god, yeah, can you imagine?
Just selling the castle alone will bring him billions.
Yeah. Yeah, Dracula, history's first billionaire supervillain.
The only problem is, he has to pay a lot of money because he's not on his own soil.
Yeah. You gotta pay those ethereal taxes.
Yeah. Because he keeps materializing the castle in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Some government's probably like, yeah, you gotta pay us.
Yeah, like I don't know if you've seen the Netflix one, but it literally just teleports. It uses like dark magic technology to teleport it. I actually thought that was kind of neat. But then every time it teleports, it's like a literal physical air displacement. So every time he shows up, it's like a nuke. And whenever he leaves, it just creates a vacuum. It's hilarious, but it's yeah, I guess that's really what it would be like. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I got stuck.
So imagine a poor landowner where the castle ends.
Yeah, pretty much. You're just completely fucked. I think that's what happened. There was a town around it, and it just vaporized the whole fucking thing.
I mean, imagine you're a farmer and you knock on the wrecker's door. This is my farm. Please get out or pay money.
Yeah.
Whoa, the rotation here.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? Oh, there, it got caught here. That's what I'm saying. It got caught. There's no reason for it to get caught here, but it did.
11 points.
I guess. I don't know.
And the rotation looks funky on the straight angles.
Oh, it does, yeah.
Because it's okay, but
because we're rendering at resolution, so it's gonna get that real pixelated look.
Oh, not that per se, but just the snapping to it.
Oh yeah. You'd have to be a bit more graceful with it for sure.
Well, it's a cool little test though. See if you can navigate the castle sideways.
Yeah, it really fucks it up because then your movement ends up sideways if you
Can you get upside down somehow?
In here?
Maybe put a ramp in somewhere to get upside down.
I was gonna say I might have to put. Oh god, it's so weird because the controls are all fucked up. I guess left is up. Oh god, yeah, I can't play like this.
Yeah, put like a ramp in the ceiling or something, or so you'll get to rotate around the place.
All right. Hold on. I get them right facing up first. Okay.
Then you have the true Castlevania experience.
Yeah. I think what I'd have to do here, I'll go to the physical map.
Just make a rotation ramp.
And we'll have to, I guess I'll put it in a corner. Here, you see the line there now. So I'd have to put, yeah, I'd have to go from here to here. Yeah, to, oh, he won't go up it. It's glitched. Oh, there we go. And from there to there. There we go, now we're upside down. There you go. Can't do too much in this mode, but...
Fly.
Yeah.
Just because the next room over.
Yeah, I mean, it works. Uh-oh. Well, now we're outside. Whoopsie. We'll have to fly back in.
You just try to get the key.
It's really fucked up because, like, your controls are reversed when this happens. Yeah, there's like no way to get the key. You'd have to fly up. Oh, really? reverse castle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can't jump that high. Even here.
You can. You just need a triple jump.
Yeah, it's just a triple jump. That's all. Huh, I can't get close enough to the edge to... There we go. Yeah, no. So then, yeah, you'd have to go down this way and then you can get the key.
Man, imagine the levelers are getting pissed off when they made the reverse castle.
Yeah, I was gonna say... This would not work without some kind of flying ability in game if you wanted to do the reverse castle bullshit.
Maybe that's why they added it?
What?
The big jump up flying helicopter does.
Oh, it's possible, yeah. Yeah, so you didn't have to slowly bat fly around everywhere. Yeah, very possible. I always kind of wondered why they bothered having that, considering that you could just fly with the bat, right? But it does make sense when you think about it, with the reverse castle.
So you don't have to, you don't break the levels at the early game.
Right, exactly. It kind of feels like they started thinking about it at some point, because some of the rooms really look like they work both upside down and right side up. And I don't know if that was a coincidence or they were actively thinking about it at some point. But it's fun to think about, for sure. But yeah.
Dripping water could be nice here too.
Oh yeah, the caves definitely could use it. But yeah, I want to make the transition to the other file before I start to build any new real systems, you know?
That's floating.
What's that?
That's floating in the water.
Oh, like floating. Yeah. I think I know how I want to do that. I think I'm gonna have a special physical layer for water, and then if you're overlapping any collider, excuse me. If you're currently in that frame overlapping any water collider, then you'll just have water physics applied. You know, it'll slow down your gravity or whatever the hell it happens to be. I think that'll be the best way to facilitate that. And then we can shape it. So like if we had like slanted water, like there's a stream or something. I'll just do it on here. So we've got the ground. What? Why is it not drawing? Did I pick black? No, I picked the yellow for the ground. So we got the ground, right? And we're going up a slope and whatever. And you know, our character is let's say they're just right here, right? They're walking up. You could have, if you used a whole layer for water, you could have water that kind of like acts like this, right? And then it also goes down. And so wherever you touch the water here, even if just your corner touches it, then you're in the water and it'll create a splash and whatever. And so realistically, you know, the water tile layer kind of looks like this. You're tiling it like all the other ones we do. And, you know, and the ground could be like this, whatever. You get the idea.
Yeah.
And that way you could have complex water shapes And you could also do a thing where you have two pools, right? You've got like one pool of water here. I'm just gonna do it really roughly. And then you've got another pool of water here. And then like land between them, you know. You could do that. Where it's, you know, it has to go up to get to the other one. And that way you don't have like just a line of water across the whole screen. You know, it could be anywhere. And if Ricky's touching anywhere on this spot where the water is, then he's considered in the water, and he'll do his splash effects and he'll slow his movement down and whatever. And then it can be a whole layer on the tile map to use. I think that would be the best way to do it. And you could literally just use the physical tiles all over again for that layer. You know, you don't have to render them visually necessarily, but it would be an alright way to do it. So, God, it's getting late now. I do want to show setting up the other thing at least. We want to transition to that.
Okay.
So here's our new clean project file, and
Just,
it's gonna. What's up?
Hold on, let me go back. Let me BRB for a minute.
What are you doing?
Hear me? Let me BRB for a minute.
Oh, sure. Yeah. All right, I'll dick around in the other thing till you come back.
No dead air.
No dead air. Yeah. Who's still with us here, chat? Who's still out there? Who's working? It's going late today. The next thing I want to do is, this works all well and good. It looks like it works fine, but under the hood there's a lot of issues with how we set up the basic project file, and that was okay because this is just a prototype. And then we want to make the game for real. We have to make a few big changes to how we're storing the graphics, and I'm still awake somehow. Hey, thanks for hanging in there. So part of the issue here is while it technically works, it's not very easy for me to do offsets. So here, his sprite is supposed to be 1 into the 4, but if you notice, he's actually 1 and a fraction into the 4. He's not actually there completely. And we can move. Can we? Can we move? Oh, it might be under animation. Might be being animated is why I can't change it. If we pause it here, then I can move him, right? Yeah, we can move it like up and down, but it doesn't quite fit. And we look at this number and we're like 0.06, like negative point. What the hell is that? Negative 0.06. What? Okay, negative 0.065. No, that goes up. Negative 0.5. No, negative 0.4. Negative 0.045. Is that it? Is that 1 pixel? Maybe it's not quite right because the thing here doesn't show it, and yeah, it's a fucking mess. Yeah, it's still off. Okay, so what's it? Negative 0.42? No, 0.43? Is that's about right? Well, not really. It's still off by a measure. You see the problem. How do I offset his sprite by 1 pixel if I've got to go through all this fucking bullshit to just do it? So realistically, you could do like -1 divided by 16, and that doesn't even work. That doesn't even work. So like, how do you fix this? What is the solution here? Because this is insane. Like, this is all fucked up. What I like to do, and what I did at Pocket Fighter EX, is I equated 1 pixel in Unity. I had to set this for every asset and whatnot, and some settings. But 1 pixel in Unity would be 0.0 or 0.1. So 1.1 is 11 pixels, 1.0 is 10 pixels, 0.5 is 5 pixels, etc., etc. Now this makes blocks 1 unit, well 1 by 1 unit is really 10 pixels. It's not a 16 by 16 square. A lot of games will equate their internal game dimensions as 1 unit is 1 tile. But then you can't get sensible offsets and measurements. What is a 0.1? Oh, it's not quite a pixel, or maybe it's a little more than a pixel. I don't know. So yeah, you have this like 1 divided by 16 shit. So it's 0.0625 is a pixel. That is really hard to work with. So I think it's better to just say that instead of doing all this crazy decimal math and shit, and it just kind of not working anyway, sometimes restructure everything so that your 0.1 is a pixel. And I've done that in Pocket Fighter EX, and it has been a lifesaver to have set it up that way, to have the foresight to think about that, because otherwise, especially with your pixel graphics, you want to animate things in 0.1 increments. So if your sprite needs to move up, you move it up by 0.1, and that's by just a pixel or whatever. Or lining 2 objects up to each other is a literal nightmare if you have this level of nuanced positioning. But if you know that a 0.1 is a pixel, you can get it roughly where you want it, and then you just kind of round it off to the nearest decimal, and then everything lines up and it's great. So that's a fundamental change that you have to do like at the start. Otherwise you're going to be reworking things for a very long time. And that's where the new project file comes in. That's what we want to do. So let's grab a Ricky from our that one, raw resources, right? Yeah, I set this one up a little bit differently too. So do I have, I don't know, here. So I got the Mansion V2 as a separate folder here, and I've got my Mansion folder is the actual Unity folder here. But outside of that, instead of having stuff on the inside, then I can put like builds in here. But it keeps like the Unity portion pristine, where I used to load up extra folders in here. I'll move it out here. So like design docs can be here, resources can be here, and this is where we're gonna put like that Ricky. Do I have a Ricky? Or how about the kids file? Where is it? Ricky backpack. Oh, hey, what's up? I was explaining the necessity for having the 0.1 being the basis of a pixel in Unity. I know we've gone over that before, so I figured I could rattle that off while you were doing whatever. So let's grab just a Ricky here, and we'll make a new Ricky. Oh, I've grabbed the background. Whoops.
Joe.
Yeah. Ricky is now a square. Hey, we're a real indie game now. Our character is just a cube. That's how it works.
It's been done before.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's why I made the joke. So we've got a Ricky here.
Also, it's a pretty good game.
What was it now? Resources. Put it in here. We'll say it's a Ricky sheet. It's fine. And we'll make an export here. We'll drag that into Unity, into assets, and now we've got a Ricky sheet. Here's the thing, pixels per unit. This is the new big deal. 16 pixels per unit. I think, oh no, I'm sorry, 10. It has to be 10. That's the difference. We tried 16 before, and that got us to weirdness. Now we do 10. I'm gonna set it to multiple, full rect. Make sure they're always 10, otherwise they're not gonna work.
Yeah, before 1 unit was a whole tile. Yes,
exactly. So now we want to make sure that 1 unit is, we can put it right here. Well, you know, I'm gonna put it at the bottom just so we have a good example here. And then let's import like just a couple tiles. I don't need a lot of them, but just enough. I'm gonna get something that's relatively square because it'll be a little easier to do this. Blocks. Okay, and we'll make it a 4x4, or 2x2 rather. And we'll grab just a couple very basic ones here. And I don't know. You know what? Well, nah, I don't want to grab the big one. Here, grab the dark variant background. Gotta go all the way back here. And then, I don't know. This one, I guess. Whatever. It don't matter. The main thing is I just need the block on top for the most part. So we're going to save that. Export that to blocks. And import that. Same deal. 10 pixels per unit. We're going to do multiple. We're going to do these. Well, we can do these automatic. Cell size. No, cell count. I'm going to do 2x2. There. Something like that. That's fine. Okay. We don't want any filtering on either of them, actually. No filtering, no compression.
Everything looks weird.
What looks weird?
This house.
Why does it look weird?
They look miscolored to me.
They do? They're not. You're killing me. What the fuck? You're killing me.
Well, you went the big menu up.
The big what?
The unit look fine. The Unity they look weird.
In here? Oh, they're alright.
Well, not there. But you have the editing menu, the slice menu. They look weird.
Yeah, that's where it was, right here. That's just. Oh, it's okay. It's possible that compression was on. And filtering.
Maybe that's went weird. I don't know.
Oh yeah, they do look distorted, right? When there's compression on, they do look distorted. I don't know if I just didn't notice that or whatever. But yeah, that's why you don't do it, because Unity mulls sprites with compression.
Like this.
Yeah. It completely destroys them. So you can't do that. Okay, so now one unit. If we zoom in. Wait, where's our grid? Why is our grid kind of weird? I'm pretty sure that's like 10 units. Something. Usually you get to see a grid when you zoom in. Maybe we gotta move a Ricky in here first. Okay, so see, he's on the line here perfectly. And then if we do negative 0.1, look at that. See, he's gone down 1 unit on the grid. Perfect. Perfectly 1 pixel. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for.
1 pixels.
Uh-huh. And so if we have a block here, we can move it. We can probably change the snapping. If we move it up here, then we can say, all right, we're going to truncate. And that was a 0.59, so we'll do a 0.6. And look at that. Boom. It's all there. It's ready.
Yeah,
it's good
single
to go.
pixel movements were very difficult before.
Yes, exactly. And now they're incredibly easy. Because this 1.6, you just displace the decimal point. It's 16 pixels. You know, you could technically do like, you know, whole numbers and stuff with it, but I don't feel the need to bump Unity's units up that way. I think that would be a real hassle, because Unity kind of expects a unit to be fairly large, but in this case, you don't want it to be that way. So I just do the decimal. I just imagine the decimal is displaced by 1 to the right, and that's 16 by 16. You know, 1.6 is 16, and that's it. And if I need to move them up or down, you know, it's quite easy to do that. Just 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that would be 20.
So 1 pixel is a tenth?
Well, yeah, 1 pixel is a tenth. Yep. Yep. That's how she works. And at that point, I think that works out quite well. And it's very easy, especially in animation. If you want to move something, you want to move Ricky forward in animation, like he's doing like an attack swing or whatever, then you know that the root motion of 0.1 is 1 pixel forward, and 0.2 is 2 pixels, and so on and so forth. And that makes it very easy to do all that instead of getting the, I don't know, what did we calculate in the other one? It was like, let's see, 1 divided by 16. Yeah, 1 pixel is 0.0625. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not doing that. I mean, you could do that and then times it by the pixels you want, but that's ridiculous to have to do that. Because then you look at it, and when you read it, it's not humanly readable. Here, I can look at it and go, oh yeah, that's 16 pixels, because I know 1.6. You can read it, and you can edit it very quickly. So I think that's very important.
I get you.
Yeah. So that's the deal.
That's not something you can change after the fact.
Right. Well, you can, but number one, you're probably going to miss a few things. And number two, you have to recalibrate every single thing. Every tile map, every character, every sprite, every texture has to be revisited and done. So, and I knew that was going to happen. That's fine. It's just that, you know, we're at the point now where we're making like real progress. So I think it's time to transition to a clean file and get all this started off really nice. So size wise here, and same thing, these are Unity units. So we say the height of the camera, right, was how many pixels? Let's see.
Oh, you can set it to your resolution now, right?
Uh-huh. Yep. I think it was well, we got it recorded here. Mansion is 384 by 216. Well, that's 21.6. 216. 21.6. Boom. There we go. And that maybe it's a little big. Oh, you know why? Because it's double. This is radius, so divide by 2. There you go. 10.8. There you go. And look, we're already here. It just all lines up. It's so easy to configure. Now, obviously, I have to bring in the ViewFrame Plus and all that stuff to get everything else going. But you're starting to see how everything kind of snaps together really quick when everything's all easily readable. So I just want to experiment just a little bit here to see about the grid snapping. I know you can change something about the grid snapping, but I don't know.
Grid snapping for 16 or something?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could change the snapping to move in increments of like 0.1 or something, or 1.6. I don't know where those would be here. Window, panels, layouts, general. Let's see. Hierarchy, services.
Google?
Tools. Yeah, Google it. Right. Yeah. I know it's somewhere here. Just not really sure. 2D, UI. Let's see, assets. I figured it would be under edit, but I don't know. Yeah, we're just gonna have to Google it, I think. Shortcuts. Oh wait, grid snapping and settings is right on the bottom. Here we are. Okay, let's take a look. Size. What does that mean? What is this? Oh. Size, set position.
Size doesn't matter. Look at the next picture.
Move. Here's move. 0. Well, we can do 0.8, and that's half tile, right? And then we'll make that codified there. So let's see if that actually works.
Because you have to realize though, for tile maps, you do need some sort of grid.
Here it goes. Yeah, this is how it works. So now we can do 0.8. If we do 0.8, that's half tile. So if I move Ricky, he's gonna move in half tile increments. I think. Yeah.
Hey, you want half tiles or?
Yeah, I think that would be well for item placement, right? For the physical like grid, no, but for item placement, I think it makes a lot of sense. So let me put him at 0, 0 here, and then if I move him now, then he should move to the edge, yeah, to the center and then to the edge of the block. Yeah, makes sense. So if we do duplicate and then yeah, and we can keep tiling them super quick. Go back to Ricky and see how he moves in your increments of the tiles here. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. I don't know what this size is here. This world size. Oh, look at that. We can make the grid size here 1.6 so that we can see the tiles. Just like that. How about that? That works. Cool. I don't know what the rotate and scale is. What's scale do? Nothing? I don't know. Whatever. That's good. Yeah, look at that. There, now we can see it in 16 by 16 tiles. I never bothered with this in Pocket Fighter EX because we didn't have any tile-based, graphics.
Yeah.
So it was never, an issue. But here, man, this is perfect. Now we can see exactly how it's supposed to look. And then we can move them in half-tile increments. Oh, that's so nice. And if we want more nuance, then obviously we could just go here and just, 0.2 to 0.3, 4, 5, whatever. If we really want that kind of level of nuance. I think, oh, yeah, it'd be 3.2, right? Yeah, 32. I think that works. I think that makes a lot of sense to do it this way. So there's that. I'm going to make a new folder. I'm going to call it test, and everything in here is going to get erased eventually. And that includes all of this. And I'm going to make another folder, tile set. And we're going to import, well, we can just import the old one from here. Where is tile sets? Tile sets. I'm going to bring mine in because it's got a very simple block kind of thing going on. It'll be easier. Oh, wait, no. I don't want to just copy it like that. I want to pop it out in the folder. Then we're going to go back to the other one and we're going to pull it in here. Now, it doesn't know what to do with it because it's an A-Sprite file, but we will just, yeah, open. Oh, it did.
Get the A-Sprite plugin on the Unity store.
Is there one?
I don't know.
Right. Well, it would be good to check out if there is. And I never even really thought about it, but where is Package Manager?
Like, they have all sorts of stuff.
Refreshing. Yeah, you're right.
You can make whole games with it.
Let's see, Unity Registry. Let's see if there's something built in for it. A-Sprite? No, results for A-Sprite. All right, yeah, let's look it up. Hold on. That's a good point. If we don't have to deal with exporting shit, it'd be really nice. Unity Asset Store. It'd be nice if I spelled it right. Here. It's actually not the first one on Google. Let's see. A-Sprite? A-Sprite. Yes? Oh, here. I think I can bring it over. Should be safe. Auto importer for A-Sprite Pro, $5.
Really?
Hey, that's not bad. A-Sprite Toolbox, A-Sprite importer, $10. Auto importer for A-Sprite Pro. Yeah, I'll have to look at these. I don't think we can make a decision on the fly. We'll have to see what ones. Have to compare them.
Funny though.
Like, even if it is $15, fuck it. Like, it would still save us a lot of time to just do it. Like, here, let's take a quick look.
Let's take a quick look by pressing quick look.
Yeah, that would have just done a tiny little window. Okay. A-Sprite to Unity. Damn it, get the fuck out of here. Create images, create sprites, create animations, to JSON, export. Oh, this is complicated shit. Export to original
Unity,
path.
it's all complicated.
Yeah. Honestly, I think what it's doing, it's not actually converting this and using it directly. It's using a script in Unity to read this and then automatically export it to like a PNG file. I think that's what it's doing. I guess that's fine. It's essentially what we're doing anyway. Just it would happen automatically. Like, yeah, create sprites, create images. I don't know what the difference is. That's what I mean. I'd have to take a look at it, and if there's a trial, I'd have to try it out. Obviously, we just don't have like the time to do that kind of shit right now. But you know, on the fly, it wouldn't be a very good way to do that. What is this? What is this little outlining they're doing on there? What the hell was that? I've never seen that in Sprite. I guess they're like somehow blocking out where the sprites are. Oh, you know what? It might be a plugin for Sprite, because Sprite has plugin ability. So I bet this is you use the plugin in Sprite to define the sprites, and then when you go back into Unity, I bet it'll, yeah. See, she's hitting correct sprites, or he or whoever. I don't know. I saw female avatar. Oh, who knows? Yeah, and then it splits them up for you. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, and it reads that data and so on. That's all right. That's fine, I guess. I don't know how it would react to like adding or deleting frames necessarily, but that's why I say it's kind of a nuanced thing. I'll have to figure it out and see what we can do. You know, you can just drag it into the view, right? You don't need to drag it up here and then drag it into there. I don't know. Sorry, I get too nitpicky with the YouTuber. Yeah, I just create animations. I don't know what that's about. I guess it just puts multiple ones on a sheet. I don't know.
Each one has animations, so maybe they just take the data.
Oh yeah, you're right. Here, the idle, run, the jump. All these little tags here, right? Yeah, I bet that's what that's about. I wouldn't want to do it that way anyway. Number one, because it's wasting a lot of space here. But number two, like, you might need like duplicate frames. It might export duplicate frames and shit. I wouldn't use that functionality if we ended up using it. But it's okay. Whatever. I would hope all this is automatic, but it looks really fucking manual to me, which is kind of concerning. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's difficult. You got to really think about that shit before you start using one of them. But
roll.
Yeah, we'll we'll research that later on. Anyway, for now, we just want to do there. Just do it this way. We'll do again 10 pixels per unit, multiple, full rect, physics shape. Now the reason I do this full rect, by the way, this is actually intentional. At some point in Unity, when I did tight, I updated Unity's version when I was working on Pocket Fighter EX, and they were all set to tight because it's a default. Oh, and when I ran the game, some of the edges of the sprites were cut off, like a whole pixel was truncated off the side. So I always just do full rect now. They're so small. You know, like if you had a big texture, tight would be better, because what it'll do is it'll create a mesh around the character. Let me apply that. I don't know if it'll show it for Ricky if I do it. If I do tight and apply, I think you can see it here when you go to physics. No, maybe not. Custom outline? Maybe not. Maybe he's too small for it to take place. But what would happen is, how do I add to it? Can I add? I don't know. Like, it would create like a polygon that roughly equates to his shape. And that way it'd be drawing less pixels overall when it rendered. Now, to be honest, he's so small that it doesn't really matter. Those extra pixels aren't going to mean anything for any modern computing device. So that's why I just like, fuck it, just put it to the full rectangle and just leave it that way. And then at least we're not getting truncated sprite ends and shit. So, unless Unity has fixed that, I don't know. If we do tight, does he look like he's... It doesn't look like he's off, but who knows? It could show up at any point. We don't know. I usually say don't bother generating a physics shape too, because I don't need it for anything. We're not doing that kind of game. And that's pretty much it. Just make sure there's no filter on, because otherwise, if you got bilinear, it's gonna look like this. You don't want that, so we'll take that off. And everything else just stays the same. You know, you want transparency and stuff. You could take transparency out, but I don't know. I guess it still worked, huh? Or none? Yeah, there you go. If you hit none, then yeah, it takes it out. But just leave all that normal. He doesn't need any like maps or anything. He just, that's it. He doesn't need to be rewrite or read write enabled. That's it. That's all you need. So if we go back to our tile set here, multiple 10, full rect, no physics shape, at least not for this one. Actually we could, it doesn't matter. We'll leave it off. It's just a test here. Point and no filtering. Yeah, you want to see what low quality filtering looks like on pixel art? Oh god. Oh geez, look at it. It's so blocky. It just mauls the shit out of them. So yeah, we don't do that here. Looks really bad, especially for like an animated sprite. It looks terrible. And that's it. So we're gonna slice these up. Oh, that's the other thing, Tim, about making new tile sheets. We're gonna do them. What is this? 512 by 512, I think. Is that what the size of this is? Sprite properties. Nope. Sprite size. Is it 256 by 256? Okay. Really? That doesn't seem right. I guess it'd be 16 tiles across. Okay, we're gonna do them in standard increments, so it'll be like a 256 by 256. I guess that's what it is. It doesn't look like it though. Let's see, sprite size 256. Okay, if we do 512, does it actually? Oh, it does. No, it is 512. I think. It's fucking with me now. I don't know. If we do 50%.
Count the tiles.
Oh wait, you know what? No, hold on. Gotta go back. I was resizing is why. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is 256 by 256. Okay, so we're gonna do 256 by 256 for tiles. So if you make a new tile map, just make it 256 by 256, fill the whole thing with dummy tiles, and then we're gonna register every single tile. And if we need to add more tiles, we just make a second sheet of 256 by 256. And we'll just keep doing that over and over for as many tiles as we need. Don't worry about the order of them in here. If you can fit something in and it doesn't make sense, like this part of the fucking door gets pulled all the way down like here, it doesn't matter. As long as you fill them all out, just don't leave any wasted space. Because we can go in here after the fact and we can rearrange these. I'm not sure if I showed that, but it's not that one. This one here. If it'll load. Are we loading? There we go. Let me maximize this. Like, look what I did here. I rearranged stuff. Like, all these little stairs and stuff were all down here. You can go to edit here, and you can select one. And, like, you could say, well, the doors, I want them to be over here. And you can just move them. And it doesn't affect the texture, but it makes all the doors like this. And even more so, you can duplicate too. Let's see, 3, 4. So we can just do this. What's a shortcut for this? That's M, and this is S. Okay. S, M, S, M, and watch this shit. If you do an eyedropper and use the brush, you can duplicate these. It doesn't create new textures, but you can make all the combinations that you want.
Oh, in the sheet.
Yeah, in the tile palette here, and then you have them. And then you can just unclick edit to make sure you're not screwing anything up anymore. Then you could just say, oh, I've got a door, and this door, and this door. They're all prefabricated here, they're like shortcuts.
This is your project file, right?
Yeah.
Draw a diagonal line through the door frame for me.
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's this version of the tile, I believe. Yes, so if you do like this, and then you see here, and there it is, see? It's actually duplicating the tile images, so it's not creating new texture. It's actually reusing the tiles in the tile palette. So the tile palette can be reconfigured and you can copy and and erase and all that in there. If you don't want to see some of these, then you could just erase them. I mean, I wouldn't really recommend doing that. I would at least have all of them there. And that's how I made all these prefab patterns here, that I could just take these and just paste them right in. And it knows enough that the blank. What's that?
Oh, you first.
I would say, you can select here. Like if you select this, it knows enough that these are blank tiles. It will not overwrite anything with the blank tiles. So you could take this to your level here. Wherever the fuck. Where's the door? Okay. I'm gonna say I'm gonna put it on the background, right? See, brush. And see, it doesn't remove what's there. It just only places on top of it. So if I then go delete it, see, it's all in the same layer. So you don't have to worry about like selecting like a weird shape like this. You don't have to worry about that it's a rectangle. It won't erase anything where those blanks are. So then you just place it like really quick. It's so convenient to have that kind of stuff. Especially like for the door. Well, let me undo the let me undo the line. I could just say, I need a door. Okay, here we go. I selected my door, and I can just paste my door. And there it is, boom, boom. And all the variations are here, and I don't have to worry about grabbing just this part to create this part, and then this part, and then grabbing the middle. And yeah, it's just there, and it's super convenient and easy. But yeah, I don't know where I got off on that one, but yeah, there you go. Just make sure that, because here's the edit. If you want to actually rearrange stuff, you have to press this edit button, and then you can move stuff. But make sure that you unclick it at the end so that you're not like erasing things or anything in here. As I don't know if you could easily get them back after you erase them. Might be kind of a hassle. So, but it's neat. It's really neat. You can have and that's what I was saying, you could have the texture in any configuration you want, and then later you can just pull this stuff out. So I could say, yeah, I just want this over here with the other, with the other blocks here. And I don't want them scattered all over to the four corners. I can just have everything up here. Stuff like that is really helpful.
Even though the sheet's still the same.
Yep, and the sheet doesn't change. Underneath, this is kind of like an additional layer on top of it, like a data layer on top of it. But the sheet is still the same. So then I can say, move this one here. And so I know that like, these are the same, but they're, two different configurations. Oh, cat's got a sneezing fit. I don't know if you can hear him back there.
Yeah, I can.
You okay, buddy? I don't know. I think that cat's got asthma or something. He's always getting respiratory issues. Yeah, I don't know. He just does this a lot. I feel bad for him, but he's just got to work it out, I guess. Yeah, he's like licking his mouth and nose and shit. He's just sneezing a lot. Anyway, yeah, so you can just do that. And so like here, I'll just select all these ones and move them up here. And now they're all together. Yeah, so now I have all the variants over here. And that way they're not, like, look at all the weird shit that was all over the place. And then we reorganized it so that it's all kind of like together. So that's the kind of stuff that we can do. So we don't have to worry about rearranging tiles on the actual texture itself. If only cats could blow their nose. I think that's part of it. I think it tickles his nose. Because he doesn't blow his nose, you know what I mean? And then he gets and he just keeps sneezing and shit. And I feel real bad for him. I really think we should just get him tested for asthma or something, and he keeps getting these problems. I feel bad for him. Poor guy. That was one we found in the Walmart parking lot. And I named him Poopy. Amber wanted to call him Custard. So I guess he has two names. Sometimes I'll call him Custard, but usually I call him Poopy.
Wow.
Shut up. He's my little Poopy. He's my little guy. You should have seen he was so starved when he came. And now he looks pretty good. You know, sneezing fits aside. Anyway, yeah, so, and then you just unclick edit and then it saves it, I guess. Which one does he answer to, though? He answers to Poopy. I think he'll answer to both. He's gotten used to him. But I don't think Amber's been calling him Custard for a while, so currently, I'm not sure. But I did get him used to being called Poopy. Yeah, anyway, so that's the deal. We're just going to do 256 by 256. It's a pretty good size. You don't want to go too high because all these other ones that are no tiles, they do get addressed. And they do get loaded into RAM. And I think 250 for this game, 256 by 256 is fine. We can just add multiple of them whenever we need to do more with them. And as long as they're... You could add two of the same sheets to the tile palette too. So if we add another 256 by 256, we could just drag it in here and it's just part of this tile palette now. So you can combine multiple of them into one, and there's really not an issue with that. Now, their textures may be loaded together, so you want to do this by area. If there are images and stuff that you are not going to use in an area, you don't want to make a general tile palette for the entire game. You want to make it per area, because it will load anytime that this is referenced. It'll load all the textures associated with it, as far as I understand. And that's typically Unity's MO. If it's referenced, it loads it. And that's fine, and that's okay. There's nothing particularly wrong with that. And we can even make that easier for Unity by using sprite atlases. Now, I've gone through that in the past. I'm not going to go through it here, but a sprite atlas will combine multiple sheets of sprites, cut out as much dead space as it can, and rearrange the sprites on the sheet so that it can, how do I want to put it? It's basically, like, it tries to compress them as much as possible. Hello, Poopy. Oh, he came over here. Sometimes he comes over here when he's upset. What you doing? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, boy. God just made you weird, I guess. That's alright. He comes and walks around my feet. Yeah, anyway, so that's the setup I want to go forward with doing the stuff in here. So let's slice these, and then you only do this once in this case. So you say by cell size, or not cell size. But you could do that. You do cell size 16 by 16. The pivot, I think we want that to be center. We're gonna figure that out right now. Hello, Poopy. I know. Hello. What are you doing? He's putting his foot up on my leg. What? You want attention? What are you doing? Yeah. Oh, you look like you got the shit made out of you. You just see the look on his face. Yeah, I bet you're tired after that sneezing fit. Yeah, I know. Go drink some water. I bet your throat hurts. Yeah. You're alright. Okay, oh, wait, shit, here's an important thing. You want to keep the empty. You want to keep empty here. So that if you accidentally, deleted something or something was empty, you want to make sure that space is reserved. Now, this does still take up space in the texture, especially when you do a sprite atlas. That's what it is, sprite atlas, right? Yeah. But you want to make sure they're all addressed ahead of time because you're going to fill them in as you go. You're going to start with a blank sheet that's got all no tiles. And then you import that, address it. Then you go back and start editing in a sprite. And then just hit apply. It'll take a minute because there's a lot of them. And there you go. And now there's a million. Yeah, click. Now there's a million sprites. But see all the no tiles and all the blanks are addressed here. But you have to do that. Otherwise Unity's not going to be happy. And it'll start fucking things up. Yeah, so there's that. And then we want to try to make a tile grid now with the new settings that we have in place. So let's go. I don't even know if they're here or not. Yeah, they're here by default. You okay there, Tim? Still with me? Oh no, he fell asleep. Oh, he'll have to catch the VOD. Sleeping Tim's gonna be a fucking meme on this channel. Wake up! He's out. So we'll do rectangular tile map. And let's see, so the grid cell size is 1 by 1, right? But we want to do 1.6 by 1.6. There we go. And then tile map. The anchor, this is where I'm thinking that I think center is going to be what we want to do. And that's okay if that's how it wants to do it, because it's going to be split evenly along the pixel lines. You do not want an anchor on like a half pixel. That will screw up rendering. Got to make sure that's on the pixel lines here. Yeah, he's fucking out. Tim, stop snoring. He's fucking out. That poor bastard. I feel bad for him. I'm tired too. I can't blame him. So yeah, all right. So we got the grid size 16 by 16 or 1.6. 1.6 rectangular XYZ. That's good. Tile map. Tile anchor is 0.5, and that should be like half tile. That should be okay. Tile map render we've got. Sort order, all that should be okay for now. I don't have to worry too much about that. We do need to make a tile palette. So let's go to our window. 2D tile palette. We'll bring it down here. And I think we can just drag this in, right? No? Create new tile palette. Here we go. Okay, new palette. Go to test tile palette. Grid is rectangular. Cell size manual 1.6. 1.6. I think that's what we want to do. And sort mode, I don't think it matters. Default, I guess. And then create. So we're gonna go Mansion V2 assets test tile set. And we're going to tile set data, I guess, just to keep it in a separate file. Select and boom. And it might take a minute. No? Okay, it's all set. Okay, so it's drag in sprites or whatever. Here we go. Boom. And we'll set it in here. I'm probably gonna have a folder structure that we're gonna have the base image here, and then we're gonna have like individual folders for each of the things here. Okay, cool. And then here we are. They've come in. We can rearrange them a little if we want. Just move them out here. So select, move. Oh, I guess this one. Can we just click one to move? No, I hate that. You have to select it first to move it. Oh, I'll do the whole thing. I think you can only select a rectangle too, so it gets a little tedious sometimes. Select, move, select, move. There. We can do these in Yeah, let's do them like this, and then they're kind of like. Oh, you know what? What I would do, I would sort these like this. That's what they're supposed to be right here. And oh, and that means I can also do these ones this way. So select, move, select, move. Damn it, Tim. He's fucking out. There you go. He's out. Jesus. That's okay. This is unfortunately like the real fucking reality of game dev. Like, this is the kind of shit that we do to ourselves. I laugh, but it's terrible. You shouldn't do it. But it's just the reality we live with. Okay, so then...
Yeah.
Hey, there you are. You're back. What's up? That's alright. I get you. It's tiring, man. I'm just rearranging the tile map. Just... There, I could do that. You know what? I actually don't use these ones anymore here. These were the old stairs. What's up?
Don't you want the 1x1s horizontal?
The 1x1s.
Yeah,
Is
so
it?
you can.
Oh, they could be. Yeah, they could be horizontal. I see what you're saying. Select, and then we can just, yeah, we could just like move them on their side here. So then like this one then becomes, it doesn't really matter which one's which, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And then I ended up actually with two different stair types. So the first type was this one basically, and it would require, let's see, if we take this and do that, right? And it didn't look right when Ricky was on those ones. So what I did was I ended up with this as the different type. And then you would, how come I can't? Here. Then you would have this as the staircase instead of this. And then it actually looks like he's walking up this one much better. So, let's see, we can remove those because they're not there. I've got 2 copies of that, so we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that one. I'll be very careful with how I do this. So these are kind of unused. I could eventually decide to like just get rid of them if I wanted to. And then, oh, we got another, another duplicate. So this one, and we'll move this over here. And so the example here would be like this. And then we could take this and do that. Take this and do that. And then this kind of like gives us the idea of what it's supposed to look like as an example. And at the top, I would just do it like this. So you would get a pattern that looks like this. And then you can, of course, reverse that. So I want a brush. I want with this, let's see, 1, 2, and then like this. So then we'll take the, select this, move it to here. Yeah. And then paste it there. And then select this and move it to, select this, move to here. Duplicate, hey, damn it, duplicate, paste. And there, and that's basically what that one is supposed to look like. I think that's how I did it. Let's see, was that how I did it? Oh no, okay. Actually did not do that. I did it like this. This is the topmost one, but it goes down with the overhang to the bottom. So if you do it like this, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, that works. Anyway, but you see how you can just kind of like rip everything apart from the sheet here and start building your own little
Well, what if you
things.
deleted a tile that was on the sheet?
I don't know. I was saying before, I think we dozed off. Let me save that quick. That, oh, what's it want me to do? Oh, save the scene. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Test. That's fine. Here.
Like if I were gonna do this, I would prefer to make copies of from the sheet and leave the sheet untouched.
Yeah, if you're gonna have to make sure even the blanks here get filled in. You want to address every single one here. And you can just drag multiple of these textures into here. So if you have another one, you can just drag it into here and create a tile palette that contains both of them. So if you want to do things per area, you don't want to do like a bunch of sheets for the whole game. You just say, okay, this is our outdoor tile palette, and all our outdoor stuff's going to be in there because only those rooms are going to use it. So that when we get into the mansion, it doesn't have to load those. It will automatically load it if anything from that sheet gets used. So if you have outdoor tile palette 1, outdoor tile palette 2, if you need to make more, you know what I mean? And then you just make the second one. Never expand this file. This file is immutable. Once you make it, it is as big as it's ever going to be. And then just make another 256 by 256. Import that, address all of them, and then just drag it into here. And then start editing, you know, in Sprite at that point to add your new graphics. And I would use every bit of space that you have in here that's reasonable, because again, once you have it in here, even if like this part of the door is all the way on the bottom left, it doesn't matter, because you can go in here and reconstruct the door in the tile palette to have everything looking good. So you don't have to worry about like, you don't have to worry about the tiles being grouped together. You could take this fucking hook and put it like right here and it doesn't matter, because all we're gonna do is just take them out anyway. Whoop, what did I do? Select, then move, select, move, select, move, select, move, and then we can even come in here and paste that in, and there it is, and it duplicates for us. Select this, move here, select this, move here, select this. All right, duplicate that, and then yeah, duplicate this too, and there, see, and boom, they're done. Now you've extracted all those tiles. It didn't matter where they were on the sheet, and now you've got them anywhere you want them. And then just hit the edit and then save, and it's all good. So that's the kind of workflow that I want to promote going forward with this. Every single tile will be created. Every single one will be filled in until we make a new sheet. And then a new sheet gets just added into here. Like it's a secondary thing.
Just looks weird to take them out of the sheet.
Yeah, it does look weird to take them out like that, yeah. I would say just get in the habit of doing that.
Like I said, copying seems safer to me.
What's that?
Copying from the sheet seems safer to me.
Copying from the sheets, you can what?
Copying a tile from the sheet instead of dragging it out.
Yes. Yeah, you could do that too.
The area is intact.
You could do that. You may have missed a tile if you don't actually move it from the original configuration, though. I like here, at least it shows me what's left, so I'll never be confused about what changed or what's new or what hasn't been configured yet. Yeah. Because it's
I'm just worried if you remove something.
I don't know what happens. I want to find out? I mean, this is why the test is here, right? So here, let's just delete. Let's just outright delete this fucking tile and see what happens. Boom, it's gone, right? Boom. All right, now what? Like, it's gone, right? I guess. So, okay, what happens then? Can we just re-import it? Maybe. It's one of the first tiles up here on the sheet. So, I don't know if it's not that one. Which ones do we delete? We deleted the 2 door frames, right? These ones? So what, can we just drag it in? Oh, might not be a good idea. It's already there. Replace it? Sure, I guess. Yeah, TLDR, don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, you can always undo, right? So, I think. Maybe? Oh, fuck, I don't know. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna re-delete something here. I can delete the coin door, right? If I do that... Yeah, you can always undo it. Okay. You can always undo it. So, yeah, don't do that. Because it looks like it's a real fucking pain in the ass to do that over again.
Copy it because you accidentally delete something.
Maybe? I don't know.
You at least have the source file still there.
I guess. I see what you mean. I just think it would be like harder to...
Like for you, you don't know if you just moved the tile somewhere or you actually deleted it while trying to make shapes out of it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, okay. I think I agree with that. That makes sense. So don't move them, just copy them. Yeah, then you have a pristine view of what the tiles normally look like, and then you can have your patterns out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. Yeah, I think it'll let you go like kind of forever here, so makes sense. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. That sounds right. But we are not gonna fix this one. This one's just gonna stay. But yeah, that's fine. I agree with that. Okay, so now let's make our actual tile grid here. I'm gonna get rid of these blocks. We got our tile map, right? So let's grab a tile. And yep, and it works. And it's perfect. It's all exactly where it needs to be. There you go, Ricky's trapped. So what I did here, on the tile grid, I just set this to 1.6 because that's our understood 16 by 16. 1.6, 1.6 on the grid. The tile map is set to tile anchor 0.5, which is its default. And that's why I left the tiles here to center position. And that's fine because this is on the pixel line. It's not on a half pixel. If your tiles were 15 by 15, you would not do this because that would screw it up. But everything is multiple of 2, so it don't matter. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, we've replicated pretty much all the basic graphical stuff. I mean, from here, it'll just be kind of a nuanced thing of getting the, what do I want to say? I'm going to have to reset up the render pipeline and stuff like that, but I didn't do too much with that yet. Because I'd been waiting to test it out for real here. So, yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the basics. You can kind of just do whatever you want now, and... Well, I mean, not whatever you want, but you get what I mean. At this point...
Whatever you want.
Yeah. Whatever you want, whenever you want it. Oh, you know what might actually look kind of cool? You had this 4, and then that one, and then this layer. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I do this with... Yeah, there we go. If you use this tool, it'll go.
Now you're getting Mario.
Kind of. Looks kind of cool, though. And then it would be black behind that. Anyway, you get the point. So yeah, at this point, we've set up our pixels per unit, we've set up our tile grid, we've set up our Unity editor grid, which is really good. Yeah, everything's kind of all configured, and now it's like super easy to move things around without getting screwed up.
Yeah.
So, now on your side, Tim, when you load this for the first time, I'm going to take a guess that the grid here, that this might be a user setting. This might be something you have to configure on your side. I don't think it's going to save with the project. I could be wrong, but it's possible that that's just going to be a user side. So you just go to edit and then grid and snap settings, and you want size to be 1616, move to be 0.8. Now, if you want it to be like 0.4 for your own purposes, you can go ahead and change it. Cool. As long as it's not affecting other people when they work on it. But I would say that this would be the sensible default to go with. Because if you did the 0.4, then you can get like a quarter tile placement. So here now Ricky, or an item can be placed on like a quarter tile. You know, and that's okay. That's more like a preference thing.
Yeah,
but it's just a helpful little thing to help you out. I think half tile makes sense for most of the stuff I do, so I'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah.
As long as you hold control.
If you need more resolution, you can change it.
Yeah, or you could just place it kind of approximately where you want it to go, and then just go back to Ricky and be like, well, that's a 0.1, that's a 0.09, that's basically 0.1. And this is 3.6 already, so there you go. And then you just kind of round up, or round to the nearest 10th percentile, and then that's it. Then you're on the grid again. Then you can, you know, shift click or control click and move them from there if you want. So I think that works out pretty good. I mean, that's really the basics I wanted to set up. I mean, the rest of it's going to be on my end to import all the old systems into the new one, the ones that we're keeping at least. So I got to import the ViewFrame Plus. I've got to import the CRT stuff. I've got to import. I'll probably import the old physics system, and we'll just discard it when we cut over. You know, stuff like that, and the inventory system and all that can come through. All right, that's pretty much it, and all that's going to be on my plate, so you don't have to worry about that. When it is ready, I'll let you know, and then you can sync up with it. Yeah, one day. And then you can sync up with it, and then you can start doing your stuff again, and it will just make sure that you're set up right. That's pretty much it. And then from then on, we'll have to think about if you're going to test some stuff out, we're going to have like special tile sets for that specifically, and then we'll have official production tile sets, like production ready tile sets, those are what's going into the game, and we won't mix and match with those, and hopefully that'll help kind of keep everything separate and clean. And that's again why I kind of like made the Mark world and the Tim world, so that we could do that in a safe environment, and then we just don't include those levels when we build the game, and you know, for real, and then you're all set. You don't have to worry about it.
Hackers finding lost levels. It's fun.
What's that?
Hackers finding lost level. That's fun.
But you could absolutely leave it in there for sure. And just leave it disconnected, and if someone finds a way to get to it, that's cool, I guess. That's fine. It's kind of like where Mystic Bill had, it was, I don't know, they called it like the level of lost assets or something, I don't know, and it was like all their prototype shit. That was kind of cool. That was neat. You could certainly do something like that. I don't know. I think adding something like that as an official part of the game is kind of weird, but you know, who knows? Maybe it's like a cheat code or something you could get there.
It's indie.
Yeah, it's indie. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, the rest is just going to be me setting up the cameras and porting over ViewFrame Plus and all the other stuff. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I just wanted to show this part on stream specifically, how to set your stuff up so that you can make sensible work of what the hell you're doing with your pixel units. Like for a game with nuanced resolution, it doesn't really matter. You can put them wherever the hell you want. But when you get pixel graphics, the whole game changes. And by game, I mean, you know, the game in the colloquial sense of the word. Just, you know, the game has changed significantly in this case. And if you don't do this kind of stuff, you're going to run into a lot of long-term problems with Unity. It's just going to be a pain in the butt. So that's what I would do, at least. There you go. Mm-hmm. Maybe one day we'll graduate from the scrub tier and get some pro advice out there. I think this is good advice, though. I think this is legitimately good advice you don't see out there. Like, nobody talks about this that I've seen. I had to figure this stuff out. I've actually seen and helped a lot of like 2D projects that don't have any clue to do anything like this, and they have like really weird results as a consequence of it, or they've got to use some weird workarounds to get like their stuff going. Like I've almost never seen anybody do anything like when I made the ViewFrame Plus. I don't think I've never consulted with anybody who even thought to do something like that. They would use like, because Unity has a pixel perfect camera, quote unquote, but it's awful. Where is it here? Window, package manager. Here, pixel perfect, 2D pixel perfect. This thing's terrible. Don't use it. It's really weird. It starts like resizing the camera and stuff in an attempt to like keep everything like 1:1, but it's so inflexible and it's so weird. I would never use it. So they were using something quite like that. I don't know if it was an asset store package that they were using, and maybe Unity bought it and just made it into Unity's thing. I mean, that's possible. But don't, yeah, and in fact, God, I don't even need it. It's already installed. I guess because I picked 2D, right? So that's fine. I don't know. You need 2D sprite. I don't even know what comes in it. View documentation, changelog, more. Can you tell me samples? I don't want a sample. Can you tell me what files are there? If there's anything useful, I'll keep it. Otherwise, I'll just uninstall it. There's no reason to have it. Yeah, there's some stuff here I'm gonna wanna. Oh yeah, let's update the Visual Studio Editor and Visual Studio Code. That gets weird where like you can't click error messages and go to the like right line in code sometimes when those don't match up. I don't like that. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of shit here. TextMesh Pro's good. There's some good stuff here, but this one I've never seen this end up with any good result, so yeah. Anyway, whatever. That project in particular was too far along to start making big changes, or maybe they just weren't interested in monkeying with that, so they didn't adopt the ViewFrame Plus thing. So you guys out there, you're gonna start a game, get this down first, do this foundation first, and it'll be so much better in the long run, for real. That's my real pro advice, all right? I at least know what I'm talking about in this sector. I'm pretty confident in that, so it is what it is.
Dev pros?
Yeah, well, we're getting there, one bit by bit. Hey, when we get the game out, right, and it's published, then are we pros at that point?
You already published 2 games.
Yeah, I know, but that's not like a. I don't want to call like mobile games not real games, but you know what I mean. Like, it's a mobile game. It is what
now you're sounding like a pro game dev. Mobile games are not real games.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like they are, but like we made very simple arcadey like experiences. Like they're real games, but they're not like a big game like a platformer. You know, when you think of like a video game, you think like an adventure of some sort. I guess, or a shooter. I don't know. It depends on who you are, I suppose, and what you like really feel like. Oh, that's a video game right there. But I think if we can get this game out there and it's halfway decent, I think then we'll be level 2 scrubs. Right?
MMO looter shooters are not real video games.
Dude, I fucking hate looter shooters. Are you kidding? I can't stand them. It's just I feel like a goddamn hamster on a treadmill. Like those rat wheels.
You are a hamster on a treadmill.
Yes, that's true. That is very true.
Just annoyed.
How about a rat on a mouse wheel? I don't know, something like that. And I just feel like I'm playing the game to then play the game. I play the game to play the game. Like it's weird. Like you're doing things to get stuff to play more of the game. I don't know. It's strange. Like,
no, you eventually just end up not playing the game.
Yeah, like where does it end?
You're just mindlessly going through the same thing.
Right, exactly. And it's like, okay, like sure, some progression systems are fine, but if that's the entirety of the game, that you play the game to get items so that you can beat the other levels, it just kind of does weird redundant loop. It's like, I don't know, there's like no endpoint. You just get more loot to get more loot. that's how it is. It's recursive in that way. You get loot to get loot, and it's like, okay, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
all right.
some people fall for it. That's really hard.
I mean, there's nothing wrong if you like that kind of game. I just kind of don't see the point of it to a degree. I feel like there should be something more. I feel like that's like half of the game. But you should have something more on top of it.
Well, it was originally on top of the system was story and area progression. But then people turned it into just repeating the same areas over and over again.
Yeah, and I get it. Like it's really hard to fund, like, you know, creation of new assets and worlds and shit. But
the problem was when it started getting multiplayer.
Yeah.
Single player, in single player, you can just say, you know, okay, I did this area, I got my stuff, moving on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it becomes this RPG-like progression.
Yeah, to be clear, I've been always talking about it in this discussion, at least, with the sense that it's a multiplayer thing going on. And
yeah,
oh, go ahead.
Think Diablo 2. All systems work in single player.
Yes.
Once you go to the multiplayer phase, things go out of control.
Right. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, at that point, like, the multiplayer is harder to do, like, big story stuff in multiplayer. And
there's less to it with people, with the game itself, and more about people react to the game.
Yeah.
People are immediately thinking, oh, I didn't get that, keep repeating it.
Right. That's the rat on the mouse wheels. That's where that comes in. I think, like, there needs to be some, like, other bit to it, because really what it comes down to, especially when everything depends so heavily one-dimensionally on loot, you kind of lose everything else to the point where it becomes a multiplayer JRPG in a way, and it's like, okay, like, I don't know, I don't find that exciting.
I'm much the same problem. You're just always doing the same dungeons, keep repeating them over and over.
Yeah, you just grinding them over and over and over so that maybe you can get high enough stats to go to the next dungeon. I don't know. It seems awfully repetitive.
Well, it also goes to PvP, massive multiplayer PvP, like army versus army.
Like, I can understand like games like Halo or something where like you can unlock stuff after a while, but like the core of Halo is playing the match that you're in. And it's always going to be a bit different, you know, because you got that like PvP aspect, and that's the core of the thing. And then like unlocking stuff on the side is sort of secondary. But when unlocking things is your primary goal and objective, that's where it falls apart for me.
Yeah, but that's what it eventually becomes, even if you're PvPing.
Kind of. I guess it depends on how integrated and how important those unlocks are. Like PvE, it's easier to fall into that trap.
The only games where I've actually been willing to follow it is when the story is good enough to follow. Because really, all these gacha games follow the same modus operandi as a looter shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get gear, upgrade gear, apply the characters.
Yeah, and that was the problem with KOF All-Stars as well. It was kind of a beat-em-up KOF, and that's really cool. But you don't progress it like a beat-em-up, you progress it like a looter shooter, where you have to keep going through the same levels. And it's so bad. This is how you know this is rotten gameplay, or rotten game design. It's so bad that they give you a button to automatically skip having to play the level over and over. Yeah. You're like, there's literally, like, you could use your energy currency, whatever it is, and you could pay energy currency. Like, you have to anyway to go into the level, even if you do it manually, but it would be like, okay, play level, there's a little button that says play level 10 times or skip level 10 times, and then you just pay the equivalent of 10 plays for that level, and it just does it, and you don't have to do it. It's so, like, I see that, and I'm like, so what you're telling me is that the game is such a drag to play that you want me to skip playing your game?
It happens, yeah.
Yeah.
All the time.
That's why
I can't do all the systems and the like.
Yeah, like if it was, I don't know.
That's why we filled in when we filled in the forms for XDive, like, do we want auto functions? No, we don't want anything that repeats like that.
Right.
But then you see we were going to do the repeat anyway, so that's what we're asking.
Yeah, that's the thing. So like, I don't know. It's the fucking rat on the treadmill. It's the same shit.
Well, like I said, I can stomach some of these games, and I can participate in them. But it depends on how good the story is, and if I want to follow it.
Yeah, there's got to be something, whether it's story or some other gameplay layer on top of it. Like I don't know, like if it was like ActRaiser, I don't know if you played ActRaiser, but it's basically like SimCity, but then like in order to get more materials for your city, you have to go play platforming levels. Like if you did that, that would be interesting. So you've got the sort of grindy aspect of playing the levels, but you have an overall goal of like building your city or your civilization or whatever it happens to be. Like you have to have something else to just break up the fucking rat treadmill.
Where classic Diablo 2 and Diablo 1 worked is because it's more like, say, the NES Kirby game. Like you beat a level, you don't go back to it. Yeah.
You could, but you don't have to. Yeah. Sometimes you can find secrets on the level, and that's cool. Finding secrets on the level is different. For replaying a level to find a secret exit or something, that's different than replaying the level just because you're going to get a randomized reward at the end. It's very different things.
You were not incentivized to go back and play the same level again.
Yeah.
Like Diablo 1, you're just incentivized to go deeper, go deeper, go deeper, find something new.
Yeah.
The deeper you get, the more rewards you get. So they promoted getting to new material every time. And with Diablo 2, it was like, do this quest, do the next storyline, continue on until you beat the final boss and then quit.
Yes.
Until everything went multiplayer, and then it was like, just repeat the same content over and over again. And it has more to do with how players react and less to do with the game in itself. Unless you completely gate off the player, but then you run out of content very quickly.
Right.
And then story becomes indeed difficult because different players will force another player to skip content.
Yeah.
Like, we're doing this already, I've seen this before, you skip it.
Right, exactly.
And I've had it with World of Warcraft where I'm like, but I want to read the quest description. I want to get immersed in the world. Nope, no can do. We must rush.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it kind of promotes that mentality too of just like grinding and rushing, and your only reward is the loot, and that's all you care about at the end of the day. The story content runs out so fucking fast that it might as well not even be there. And
it doesn't run out that fast, it's just people keep skipping it. Because they are
but they're incentivized to.
Yeah.
Because, at the point where, like, okay, so you get the level 1 and you go to level 2, and that's cool, but you can't get the level 3 yet because you haven't grinded enough fucking crystals, or you're not powerful enough to get through it, or whatever. So you've gotten the story from level 1 and level 2, but now you gotta play level 2, like, 20 times. And the entire time, obviously, you're just skipping the cutscenes every time, or whatever they happen to be.
Yeah, this happens in MMOs too. It's all good once you have area progression. Once you have story progression.
Right,
discovery,
and
adventure.
You just get so used to fucking blazing through a level 20 times that, like, maybe now you feel like just skipping the rest of it. Like, it doesn't matter. Your priorities have changed. Like, your mentality of the game has completely changed.
Yeah, so once you have adventure, it's fine. But once it becomes repetitive, or just grinding for the weapon, or grinding for a drop, then no.
And it's fine if these are secondary things. So like Symphony of the Night, you have a clear story progression, you have a clear progression of areas that have to be done and bosses that have to be defeated. And there is stuff outside of that that's not story related necessarily. And that's fine because you get, specific rewards for doing those, and it's not like you have to do them over and over and over and over.
Like, imagine playing 0-4 and you have some sort of multiplayer system, but all you're doing is replaying the same early stages to get the random item drops to craft some new chips or something.
Yeah, to get better, to can make it easier. I don't know. Like, what's the fucking end goal there? You play the game so that you can play more of the game. So you're grinding so that you can access more of the game.
So you can trivialize the game.
Yeah. It just gets fucking weird. Like, MMOs are the same way to me. I just can't.
Yeah.
I can't get into them because of that.
That's why I said MMOs. They're good once the sense of adventure is there, the sense of progression.
Yeah.
And therein lies the problem. balance.
Hmm.
Because it is impossible for every player to be the same strength.
That's true.
And especially with looter shooters and also MMOs, if you're trying to play with a friend, you always have the one guy who's like, no, I'm just gonna play while you're not here, and now I'm 20 levels ahead of you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and what do you do at that point? How do you balance that shit?
And then I'm like, yeah, so what's the point for me playing now?
I think one way to help with that is to make it equipment based instead of level based. I mean, this is getting into the real nuance
Nope,
of this
doesn't
shit,
work.
but... No, it
Really,
helps.
that's not
It doesn't fix it completely for sure, but it does help because then like your level progression is more or less tied to like the items you can get and shit.
I mean,
And then
what this basically is the same situation as, say, you and Amber are watching a show together. Yeah.
yeah,
One of the two of you has to work. Yeah.
sure.
You come back 8 hours later. Oh yeah, I watched the whole series already.
Yeah, do I fucking hate that? I get so mad when that happens.
That's what happens with these kind of games.
Yeah,
You always have one person who falls into a trap and goes way overboard, and the other person who has no time.
Right.
The biggest person who has no time.
I don't know how you would really, truly, effectively solve that, though.
Yeah. So, in terms of multiplayer experiences, I don't like many of them. The only thing that have been nice multiplayer experiences is when it has been this playing together through a campaign or something. Yeah. And then when you have at least the mentality not to skip the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one of the really nice multiplayer experiences, Portal 2. Don't think you've ever done it.
No, I've not played Portal 2.
But it's a great game. Good puzzle game. But yeah, in multiplayer though, yeah, it requires some real communication. Just talk to each other, pointing out on the map, and it's just a really nice experience. Just discussing how things work and trying things together.
I think it's easier to have games that require more on player skill and less on like level ups and stuff tend to be the better games to play that have disparate levels. So even if I'm better at you, say, then like let's say like Gears of War has an online campaign mode, so you can do co-op online, and I like that. I like Gears of War, and that was really fun. But it doesn't matter if I play with somebody who's like, who has played 20 more hours than me, because it all comes down to like just personal gamer skill at that point. And so the disparity is not going to be huge because there's nothing in the game just buffing the other person, beyond the point where I'd want to play it.
That sort of campaign is really nice to do, by the way.
Yeah.
I even had fun playing the AC Unity multiplayer.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know you actually played the multiplayer in it.
I tried a few stages. It was actually pretty fun when you get a guy who actually did something. Actually, pretty interesting to see someone actually be able to pro at the game. I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, and there's definitely a different sense of, what do I want to say? Like, it's way more cool to see something in a game like that where like your actions and like all your player skills basically built into like the person and not just like a loadout. It's like, oh, okay, I'm playing an MMO and there's a high level guy and he did a lot of damage. It was a big number that came up on screen. Like, that's not really that impressive, you know what I mean? Yeah. What's really impressive is, holy shit, that dude did a thing I didn't even know was fucking possible. Like, dude ran up the fucking wall. Like, he fucking Rambo'd that shit, like a raw display of skill. Like, that's really impressive shit.
Like, I had to climb like the Bastille or something in AC Unity. And this guy was just so pro. He was just sneaking past everybody.
Yeah, that's
I was looking at him going, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Like I would go and get really spotted and get into fisticuffs.
Yeah.
And I've tried doing missions in Assassin's Creed where I'm actually trying to sneak. Doesn't always go so well.
No, it doesn't. Half the time I sneak, and half the time I just run in there and start fucking cutting people up. Of course, you can't do that so much anymore. The newer games really de-incentivize that kind of stuff. It felt like in the old games, you could just go in and start chain killing an entire crowd of people. But like the new games, they don't want you to do that shit. They're like, oh, he's high level, you can't assassinate him. I'm like, I'm a fucking assassin. What do you mean I can't assassinate
newer games.
What's that?
That's the newer games. Unity and Cynic get a more problem where it's like you gotta get some skills first. But
yeah,
you should still one-shot everything if you're sneaky. It's just that you can't fight them melee easily because
And maybe that makes more sense for Assassin's Creed in some way, right? Because it should be harder to
stealth kills. Stealth kills not killing. That's weird.
Yeah. I don't know. Stealth kills actually completely kill in the new ones, or if they just injure them very heavily. But they should just be one-hit kills. I mean, that's the whole idea. You're assassinating someone, you're gonna one-hit kill them if they're not seeing it. Like, that's the whole point of the game. But I think Ubisoft kind of like forgot about that. I kind of forgot that it wasn't a hack and slash. I don't know. I liked it better when you can just fucking one-shot everybody. It was pretty cool. And I don't mind having low health to compensate for that if they want to balance it that way. I don't mind being the glass cannon. I think that makes a lot of sense for a game like Assassin's Creed, but yeah, whatever. It's kind of losing the plot now. But yeah.
Yeah, I've had good multiplayer experiences, like even playing like Halo or something. In two-player, it's fun.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You're not like building up like loot and shit. Like,
I mean,
one of the newer ones I think you do, but like
I've had good experiences playing the Army of Two games in multiplayer.
Yeah, I played Halo 3 was the only Halo game I actually played. I played the campaign co-op with a friend, and then we played online and multiplayer, and it was fun. And we were kind of shitty, but it didn't matter. I mean, it was just fun to play.
Just Halo has a couple issues with everything being very spongy.
Like
some stage like really long and it get kind of bored after a while.
It helps to have a second player for sure, because then you can kind of make your own fun in some ways.
Yeah.
But whatever. I don't know. I'm getting a headache.
So looter shooters
just
have issues.
Yeah. What was that?
Looter shooters just have issues like that.
Yeah, that's why I feel
like
like
also inherit most.
Yeah, they're like half of a game. You gotta have something else on top of it. Otherwise, it's just rat on the treadmill. And I can't do that. I get so bored doing that shit over and over.
I mean, I can't think with MMOs, because they're larger worlds, so no.
Yeah, to a degree, and because of that though, like you can make a big dungeon that you can make progress in. Like in Ragnarok Online, when everybody was playing those back in the day.
They still are.
Yeah, that's true. They still are.
They're playing the new mobile version.
No thanks. It didn't feel like, sure, you had to grind to like get farther and stuff, but like each new area, you weren't like going through a dungeon from start to finish over and over. You know what I mean? Like you could go in part of it and come back, or you could go into the final part of the area and you could stay there a while, or you could go to a new area. And yeah, sure, you were playing to progress to other stuff, because you were grinding or whatever, but it's not like you were on a mission, like you didn't select a mission from a menu and play the mission over and over. You could go other places if you wanted to. You could go fight, a couple really strong opponents in a new area and then just like leave the area and come back and stuff. Like it's just, there's a lot more nuance in that kind of system than just select mission, go through mission, end mission, and you're done, and then do it over again. It feels like, it doesn't feel like you're repeating something that happened in time. It feels like you're making your own progress through the game. So yeah. I don't know. That's what I would say about the difference between like the typical MMO and like the looter shooter shit. So whatever. Anyway.
Well, good progress today.
Yeah, we did good. I got a bit of work ahead of me to get this kind of all the stuff ported over, but it shouldn't be too bad. Obviously, all of our maps are going to be wiped, so we are starting fresh. Boo-hoo. I know.
I mean,
sucks.
did you make you made a completely different project file? You overwrote the one we have.
A completely different one. So we can reference the old one if we need to.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, so we can copy it over by hand if we want. But again, none of these maps were never meant to be permanent anyway, so it didn't really matter.
No, but at least, copying over tile sets or...
Yeah.
The new formats.
Right. I would say, yeah, I'll copy over the existing tile sets and format them how I want them, and I'll just show you what I did at the end. That way there's no confusion or whatever. And I'll probably take that opportunity to rearrange a couple of them before we import them into the new one. Or, not before, but, during the process. And then I'll show you what I ended up with. Like, because we got some that are like 256 by 512, so I'm going to cut those in half and that kind of shit. So, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'll take care of that, and I'll just show you what it ended up like, and I'll show you the conventions that I came up with. And
alrighty.
That's pretty much it. So I have a fucking migraine now. I need to go.
What? We're only...
What?
5 hours in?
Yeah, I know, really. It's not 9 hours.
No, we're only 4 hours.
4 hours? Well, Amber will be happy. She'll be...
Still 6 hours to go.
Yeah. Yeah. 6 hours to go. No thanks. I'm gonna take my fucking headache medicine and I'm going to bed. So,
okay.
Hey, look, you already fell asleep on stream, so you ain't staying anyway.
I've slept twice already.
Yeah, you get your power nap in, right? Yeah, you just doze off for 20 minutes. You come back, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, this is the reality of game dev. This is no joke. This is what it's like.
I've worked since 5 a.m. in the morning.
Alright, anyway.
We're now 26 hours later.
Our schedule was Thursday, right? Well, it was Thursday. It ain't anymore. But we got
by this time tomorrow, I want to see everything ported over and the collision system fixed.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll get right on that. That'll be a cinch. No, so I was gonna say on Sunday we're gonna have Metroid Dread continuing since I got my Christmas present early by accident.
I am not looking at it.
What?
Spoilers everywhere.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because you want to play it. That makes sense. It's good. It's definitely good. I don't want to spoil anything. Just make sure to shoot the ceiling.
Now you ruined it for me.
I wouldn't bother watching it anyway because the VOD got all messed up. It was all super choppy, and I don't know why. Even my local copy, I didn't even bother uploading it to the Odyssey channel because it was all so skippy. It's gonna be weird if I upload part 2 and not 1. I don't know, but it's not really enjoyable to watch. And no one mentioned it during chat. I was surprised. I don't know if maybe it was okay on Twitch, but like no one mentioned it on Twitch. So, but the Twitch VOD looks.
You have the
messed
record
up
on
too.
Twitch, right?
Well, the Twitch VOD looked all messed up too. So like it was skippy. It was literally like 10 frames a second, kind of like skippy, or not like that. But it was like it would do like 10 to 20 frames, and then it would skip the next 10 frames. It's kind of like that weird stutteriness. So
I just thought you had the Switch undocked.
Say what?
People just thought you had the Switch undocked.
Yeah. Yeah, how did I capture the video then?
I don't know.
It definitely didn't play like that, for sure. And the game doesn't look like that, so like no confusion there for anybody.
I've seen some weird streams before.
Yeah, I don't know if it was getting overloaded. I was streaming at 720, so I don't know what the problem was. I did a lot of test streams and reconfigured some stuff, so it might be okay. Because that was what made me do it, because I looked at the VOD, I'm like, oh my god, what happened? And so I did some test streams on like Tuesday or whatever.
I have seen someone try to stream Ace Attorney on Switch.
Oh no.
And it was like overlapping images, sometimes just freezing outright.
Really? That's weird.
Fucked up. I guess have you have internet?
Strange. Yeah, well, either way, it wasn't Metroid Dread that caused the problem. It was something in the setup, so... I don't know, maybe I'll do a test stream, like, to see if it's okay, like, in Discord. And then, like, see if maybe just the visuals of the game is screwing the encoder up? I don't know.
Just replay the whole game again and do the exact same thing the first time.
Yeah, just replay the whole thing.
Audio.
Yeah, yeah, that would be hilarious. Yeah, well, either way, it is what it is. Yeah, so we're gonna play that. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it. I've heard that it's a 20-hour game, 15-hour game, so probably not. But whatever. Anyway, it's fine. We'll go as many times. I'm enjoying it, so I don't care if it lasts a while. It'll be alright.
It's more than Dark Souls.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? Definitely not as hard. Anyway, stream here, Game Dev Scrubs is a patron-funded affair. So here is the Patreon link. Patreon.com/GameDevScrubs should be in the chat. If you feel like throwing me a bone, please. It would be great. Much appreciated. Everything's going to hell. The world's on fire. Please, sir, $1, please. No, I'm kidding. But if you enjoyed it, you want to throw me a bone, go ahead. It supports my personal efforts in game development, streaming, pays for streaming fees and software fees and Discord fees to keep the nitro going on the server and shit like that. So that's all that stuff. Check it out if you want. And other than that, we're pretty much done. Anything left to say, Tim?
Screw out.
All right, he's going right to the end. All right. So thanks everybody for hanging out. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one and scrub out.